Roleplay Retcon, we remake famously disappointing movies using comedy, hindsight, and tabletop RPGs. We take a second pass at guilty pleasures like Batman and Robin or Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and even some controversial favorites like Twilight.
But I love those movies.
We do too. At the end of each series, we compare our vision to the original films because why the not?
I can't wait to listen to Roleplay Retcon on Nerdsmith.org or wherever you get podcasts.
I'm gonna listen to it before you do.
Monsters.
Savages.
Abominations.
80 years ago, the great kingdoms of the land above drove all monstrous creatures from their domain and claimed the surface of the world for themselves. Those that escaped the slaughter were driven deep underground, banished forever into the lightless reaches of the dark below. In this endless labyrinth of stone tunnels and caverns, their descendants still fight to survive.
And she's going to pretend that she's a fan of this dragon. She's gonna say, oh my gosh, I have heard of you before.
Really?
And I am just so happy that you're actually real and we actually found you. We've been looking for you.
That's flattering.
I look at Onera and salute, and then go back into the shadows.
Yeah, sure, make it look so easy.
I will.
She gets angry and she just finds Dire and just tries to attack them with it.
One of this creature's massive clawed hands grabs hold of your wrist.
The cub yet has strength.
Come explore a world where sunlight is a myth and monsters may become heroes. Discover new episodes of The Land Above every Monday on Nerdsmith.org, Podbean, or wherever you download podcasts. A proud member of the Nerdsmith Network.
it's not going to go out, and therefore none of us are going to die.
Why
So maybe
knock
just
on your
the way that
damn
it's gonna
desk,
work.
son?
Oh, well, okay, I'm knocking.
Thank you.
Well, I can't do this on camera for very long because it looks bad.
Hello, everybody. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to Shenanigoons, the Book of Faebles. That kind of sort of D&D campaign where you contribute to the chaos. I'm Angela. Hello, players.
Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
Nervous.
I'm still recovering from whatever that was. Yeah.
I drank a rock star, and no one is safe.
I mean, listen, and I had energy Mio water, so whatever. We're all kind of today. First and foremost, how about I chill the music down just for a sec?
Chill it down.
Hello, everybody. I hope that you are having a very fine evening. It is, of course, Tuesday, which means, of course, it is time for some D&D. Those of you who are not new to the channel, which I believe is every single person in chat right now, will probably note that we are... You might notice the title. So tonight is the finale. 62 episodes, and we've reached the end. Chris, I need to correct myself. Beza has Peanut right now. Just letting you know, so you're prepared. Oh, there. Just that exact location. Good job. We are gonna be wrapping our story tonight. We left on a cliffhanger last week, and we will. Well, I mean, we've been leaving on cliffhangers for a while now, and we're ready to wrap. It has been an absolutely amazing season. It was my first time running a full-fledged campaign on stream, and this will be my first time running a full-fledged campaign to completion, which is a milestone, and it brings up a lot of feelings, but I'm good. I'm well hydrated. I have pseudo tissues if I need them. Yeah, I want to take a really quick moment, because I know we'll either be exhausted or blubbering messes at the end, to say that it has been an absolute pleasure. It sounds like we're on the Titanic. It has been an absolute pleasure playing with each and every one of you. Thank you so much for being such absolute joys to RP with. I could not have wished for a better cast. You guys are absolutely incredible, and I love each and every one of you. So, in addition to each and every one of you, we are also very big fans of our fellow members of the Nerdsmith Network. Look at that transition. If you like what you've watched and you haven't yet, please check out nerdsmith.org or find us on Patreon at patreon.com/nerdsmith, or Daisy will come through the internet and eat your face.
Hi, goodbye.
The best part about this is, honestly, I don't think she'd be that much less of a surprise if she jumped onto your desk, but there's like that extra, like, coming through the barrier of the veil of reality that's there, and it's wonderful.
Yeah, I might actually turn that off because it's actually distracting the crap out of me.
That's fair. I mean, I don't know how Paru does it with oh my, we're on television, everybody. We're on Mouse's big TV.
Ooh.
And the theater. Yes, it's like you're in a movie theater. The movie's talking at you, Mouse.
Mouse.
How do you feel?
We see you.
It's only effective if you stare at the camera.
We see you, Mouse.
Oh god, that is unsettling. I rarely look straight at the camera.
It's really unsettling, yes.
So, as I said, we're part of the Nerdsmith Network, but we are here because of you, our amazing viewers and followers and supporters, but we are also here because of some incredible sponsors. We are sponsored by World ANVIL. World ANVIL is an incredible tool for world building, and still trying to keep to my promise. There's something new on our World Anvil to look at this week. In the world of Vale, if you take a look, oh, see, we already have mushrooms. We have the subscriber mushroom, the little bouncy mushroom. I have to make new ones. Oh shit! I have to make new. Oh shit! There's so much to do. Anyway, so
let's like finish casting first.
Oh, I meant for the interstitial one, but you know, that too.
Yeah.
But on the World of Vale World Anvil page, you will find that there is now an article for house rules. It is something that I've been tinkering with for a while. It's a document that shows maybe it's not fully comprehensive, but it is the vast majority of the house rules that I use in my D&D campaigns and that we've used historically on Nerdsmith shows. So you can take a look at those. The mechanics are listed there, as well as the rationalization for those things, for those rules. So you can see kind of what the justification was for implementing the rule. I like to think that they're pretty convincing justifications, but again, one size does not fit all when it comes to running a game. You run it however you want, and as it says on the article, take a look, take what you like, leave what you don't, and feel free to make it your own. So it is yours to check out. I will need to do mounted combat rules at some point. Kyle, ha 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 ha, you're very funny. So please check out World Anvil, and they recently came out with they announced this weekend a brand new feature that is available to people at the Grandmaster or higher level. I think it's Grandmaster, it might be just Master. They just came out with whiteboards. So what they have now are drawing spaces that you can put post-its on as well. And what's really, really cool is that you can embed images and article content from your World Anvil into the whiteboard. So you can make custom like family trees and organization stuff. You can, like, I was actually debating creating the domains of the Pantheon, like that map in the whiteboard so you could look, but it allows, it's really, really good for people who need to outline stuff. Scrivener has an outlining feature similar to what they've done here with the whiteboard, and the goal was to make it so that World Anvil is kind of your one-stop shop for novel prep. So please check it out if you haven't already. If you're a guild member and actually have a subscription to World Anvil, this is a really, really cool tool. It is super neat that I currently have a whiteboard that I'm in a draft phase with that has a Pimble post-it, and I'm very happy about it. His face is just on the post-it, and it's pink, and I just drag it around. It makes me happy. But you can make them as articles. It's very, very neat. They have lots of new stuff coming down the pike, too, that's really exciting, so check them out. Anyway. We are also affiliated with Hero Forge. I have a couple things I could show off for Hero Forge, but I will share them in the Discord. So check out the Discord channel. You'll find them in the Discover RPG channel that we have there. And it is very exciting. And today is Tuesday, so it is Treasure Tuesday. They have new features for pro subscribers. Non-pro subscribers now have access to all the undead armor and weaponry, but pro subscribers now have access to a barrel full of barrels. They have a bunch of barrels now. They have like a tapped one and a corked one and one with a fuse coming out of it, and one to just rest on your stage. So all of your beloved barbarians and those who double fist casks of ale, you may now reach their full potential on Hero Forge and show them just 2 barrels under their arms. And I cannot fathom how many Donkey Kong ripoffs are going to now be on World Anvil. We can do all the barrel rolls. So please check out Hero Forge. If you use the link in the chat, you're directly supporting us if you decide to join as a pro subscriber. And I just found out, it blew my mind like 2 days ago, if you have a pro subscription, another fun little feature you can have is you can turn on numeric sliders. So there are number values for all the sliders, so you can actually like more precisely mimic things or make copies of things that you're already doing, it's really easy to make that stuff now that there's a numeric value attached, and that's only for pro subscribers, so it's pretty neat. So please check that out. Finally, we have some relatively big news. It is the first Tuesday of the month, which means
it is
a new product from our other sponsor, Die Hard Dice, but also some other news. So Tessa, why don't you tell folks what's going on with Die Hard?
All right, let's see here. What's going on with Die Hard? No, I can't tell you. It's too dark. If only I had something to light my way, some glow-in-the-dark dice. That's right. This month, we are featuring the Eldritch Blast set, which is a 7-piece glow-in-the-dark set from Die Hard Dice. They are incredible. They're in the mail on their way to me. I cannot wait to play with them and show them off.
Here they are.
Alas,
I'm gonna put them on screen for you.
In front of me. But they are a really pretty blue-purple kind of mix until, of course, the lights are off, and then they glow neon. And if you would like to get yourself some of those amazing glow-in-the-dark Eldritch Blast dice, you should go to dieharddice.com/discount/nerdsmith.
No more codes.
Right. No longer have codes. Now it's just one static link that you can go to at any time and get that 10% off your entire order. So next week, we should be able to show off those dice in person. See, I'm nervous and therefore I can't speak.
In person for you, via stream for everyone else.
Me, yes. And I might also be getting something in the mail from Die Hard Dice that might make those dice appear even cooler on stream, but we'll talk about that at a later time. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you, Tessa. Thank you so much, by the way. I'm gonna do a little, thank you in general for being our designated spokesperson for Die Hard, because goodness knows I'm happy to have one less speech to give during stream, so thank you.
It is such a hardship for me.
I know, giving you this solemn, somber duty of needing to get dice. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's really too bad. I absolutely hate it.
She hates it so much.
It's the worst.
I know you complain all the time, and I appreciate you soldiering on.
I appreciate your appreciation. It is truly an insurmountable task that I have taken on for the sake of this network. It's
true.
Make you keep a straight face.
Really true.
Roll with it.
Oh wow.
You're
very good.
All right, so we are.
Yes.
Let's see.
Be sure to, if you get yourself some glow in the dark dice and you are not aware that they are glow in the dark, sometimes it is a bit alarming. Like the time that my husband got a glow in the dark Ghostbusters shirt that I was not aware that the ghost.
I didn't know where that was going.
Could have gone anywhere.
That really could have. I was like,
I was not gonna go.
I was like,
anywhere
Tessa,
weird.
what are we sharing tonight? I mean, I know it's the finale, but you're coming back, so it's not like you can avoid people after whatever you're about to tell us.
He hung his shirt up in the closet. I did not realize that the ghost glowed in the dark scared the crap out of me. I was like, oh god.
Hilarious.
Was his excuse bustin' makes me feel good?
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm so mad.
Mm-hmm. You should be.
Yikes.
Sorry, Jinx. All right, and
Jesus, Jinx.
we are. This is our last night, so this is also our last night for conjuring a little chaos, which should also be part of the contributing to the chaos, conjuring chaos. That's also a good one. So I'll keep that in mind for another time. Just remember the different ways that you can contribute to the chaos via our Streamlabs link. We are, is that a thing? Nope, that's not a thing. Tip. Oh, that's, there we go. Fine, there. Why are you making me. I am a mod. Give me permission, you dang thing. Yeah, apparently.
Wow.
You know it's a problem when your own stream times you out. So anyway, you can contribute to the chaos with the following submissions or tips to our show. You can do so via $5. $5 gifts a reroll to the party. Kyle, would you mind checking for me and how many rerolls we currently have?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can do that.
And we'll see how we're starting tonight.
15 currently. We are at 15 for the party.
All right. So, with 15, they're going to do their best to
not die.
To not die. At the $15 level, you will cause us to spin the wheel of causality, of which in the next few minutes I will be trying to cull the wheel, so we have some new stuff. At the $25 level, you can choose to create a new NPC for the next campaign. Tessa and I are gonna have to draft for some of the ideas, I think, because sometimes I want to have one.
Crimes.
Jason Momoa.
And no.
Or is
it
that
got
mine?
changed slightly. Jason Murgoa.
Oh no! How does he swim if he's made of airship?
I'm not gonna tell you.
Okay. I mean, it's perfectly simple. You could just have the airshell be lighter than water. You could just do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's
fine.
Jason Murgoa, that was amazing.
That also makes him a very bad merman to just float. You need to have control of your. Anyway, so at the $50 level, we have DM Ex Machina, where you can choose one of our players. This is the same with the spin the wheel. Choose one of the players in your comment so that we know who you're targeting. But with DM Ex Machina, you are giving them 1 minute. That is 60 seconds of DM powers. Well, we could always end the game with that, so we'll see what happens. And with that out of the way,
I do want to bring up one last thing.
Yes,
very quickly.
please.
This is the finale. As we have said, any contributed to the chaos, half of that does go to Texas Equality. We have raised almost $200 so far for them, and over the last month, and I am very happy to have that continue. Almost $300. I forgot to turn the page
Amazing.
of my note-taking. So, thank you guys for it.
Thank you. That was sort of a fly-by-night decision that we made based on what we try to do here at the network, and you all really showed up, and that's amazing. And I know it's not quite the same as doing like a full-fledged fundraiser, but even just the fact that like every session since we've announced it, we've been donating things to a cause that is really near and dear to us. Just thank you so much. It's awesome. All right. So, with that all out of the way, considering it's a finale, we took about the same amount of time we normally take for the intro, so I'm pretty proud. Let's do a quick previously on. So, previously on, you all found yourselves in the Sacred Archive, the celestial repository for all mortal knowledge, sponsored by, I heard dice, no, I'm just kidding. Overseen by, Rainbow Panda is correct. You get signal boosted for that. The gods of the knowledge pantheon oversee the Sacred Archive, and as you were traveling through with an effort to stop the Lord of Tales from getting access to the archive and wreaking whatever havoc he was aiming for, you found that the archive is, at least in some part, a metaphor. It is a place that is representational ways of hosting knowledge, depending on the god. So you went to the beaches of Kepeth. Kepeth is the god of navigation and storms, and his his wing of the archive was a beach, and you read information from any number of sources, and literally anything. You got the internet via seashells on the ground with these like sort of opalescent rainbow ridges, and you could read. There's no letters, but you knew what it meant. You could sort of intrinsically read it. Then you found yourselves in a ruined city. Yeah, they didn't know how to use the seashells at first, but they figured it out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Jinx, you and I were on the same brain because I did it too.
I love that movie.
I have never seen that movie.
Watch party. That we're talking about Demolition Man. It's dumb and delightful.
Mm-hmm.
The next place you went was the realm of Ygritta, the goddess of the grave and knowledge. She is a keeper of lost histories. She is a patron of lost civilizations or languages, just knowledge in general that has been lost. She's the goddess of memorials. And so this realm of almost a what's the word? Pompeii. That was the word. Almost a Pompeii-esque ruins of a city. And you found information and books among the ashes and the rubble. And that's how you saw knowledge in Ygritta's place. Thank you for the follow. Next, you found yourself in the realm of broken weapons, which was the afterlife for anything that was forged to kill. Swords buried into the ground, axes, any manner of weapons of war. And this was the realm of the Kenzurite, the gods of knowledge and war, of stratagem. While you were traveling these realms, Beza came upon a familiar snout. Kushiel, a shadow hound that you had previously known as the counterpart of a Shadar Kai elf, a shadow elf named Ravenovia, and they weren't around. And Kushiel was looking for his partner, and you sought out Ravenovia, and as you were in the realm of broken weapons, you came across an unintentional monument to your friend Villain, what he considers his biggest failure, really. And so you, of course, Haru, being the devoted girlfriend that she is,
the crime buddy that she is.
Tried destroying it. And that allowed for the weapon to get mad at you.
Yeah, it did. It did get bad.
And so, Valine, who's right here, because I forgot to. Sometimes layers are funny. You were attacked by the gauntlet, this gargoyle gauntlet that was in the ground, this massive version of it, and Ravenovia was able to chain it down, and then everyone understood the step on me energy that we've all been a victim to. And so you found yourselves with at least one friendly face in this foreign place that has many dangers ahead, you suspect. More to the point, though, Ravenovia informed you that they and Kushiel were not the only ones who had arrived. Ravenovia was here looking for a sword of apparent sentimental value. And upon finding it, apparently they have, they agreed to take you to find the other people or the other person that is here in the archive, who is Her Majesty of the Trade. Your, I guess arch enemy might be a fair way to put it, but like also, you know.
Arch enemy's henchman?
Arch enemy's girlfriend? I don't know. She is one of the
Dr. Arch enemy's girlfriend?
Dr. Mrs. Arch enemy's girlfriend. You know that Her Majesty of the Trade was like all the other queens of the Fable book that you call home. She is a construct. She is a fiction. She was written by the Lord of Tales, Mertenshaw, to follow his instructions, to worship the ground he walked on. And he did that, and this was brought up in a private chat, but I think it's important to note for everyone. All of the Queens of Fae were supposed to be loyal to Mertenshaw, and they rebelled over several iterations of him rewriting and rewriting and rewriting the book, so it was perfect according to whatever his impossible standards were. They started evolving or waking up, becoming self-aware, and they rebelled against him. And Her Majesty of the Trade was one of those people. And it's unknown exactly what transpired other than the final time they faced him and he was defeated and they set his body adrift in the sea being her purview. It didn't end up sending him out of the book. Away from the world of fables, it sent him to a hiding place where he could recover and gain his strength again. And she took Verlaine under her wing when you all took a queen as a mentor. And over the course of the years that you were in the book training to become the heroes that you are now, Verlaine was used. He was manipulated, and eventually he was compromised by the Lord of Tales, who began controlling him after influencing him for so long. But now free of that influence, and now worshiping or now being a paladin of Her Majesty of Beauty, that kindness, that redemptive qualities of Her Majesty of Beauty, he's now free of that influence, and he's with you for the end. Now you are racing at this moment with Ravenovia towards a different wing of the library. So, Ravenovia and Kushiel open a portal, just a path of shadow into darkness that they can walk through and you can follow. Ravenovia has always had this uncanny ability to slip into shadow or to manipulate it into what they need. And it's, once again, serving you all well. Is there anything that you do as there's this kind of, it's not a slow. Okay, I want to know the audience, I want to know the player's opinion on this one. Mouse said, can I make Her Majesty of the Trade roll on the Chaos Wheel? Or, if not, Kyle. Do you have an opinion?
Her Majesty of the Trade technically isn't in the scene.
It's true. It's true.
That is true.
And isn't a player character.
Teacher, give me homework.
Okay. That sounds fun.
Teacher, give you homework.
Teacher's getting homework ready. Okay. So.
Thanks, Mouse. Thanks.
You guys will
spinning on the wheel.
Have Angela spin the wheel so many times next season, you guys.
Oh yeah, I feel it. I feel the fate. I feel my fate breathing down my neck. Like it's gonna happen so much
from the wheel. So I'm excited about that.
Okay, I'm gonna my term for today is gonna be spin twice, pick one, in case we get one that we. Okay, apparently the wheel really wants you to roll that one because it was the same one.
Lay it on me.
Okay, no, this is way better. We haven't had this one in a long, long time.
Okay.
Harlan, you roll Princess Party.
Princess Party.
Go on.
I need you to give me a D20. And I need a woodland creature from the audience. A small woodland creature, small to tiny. Actually, it doesn't say that. It just says woodland creatures.
I got a 13.
A 13? All right. What kind of woodland creature? A grouse. Okay. And let me remind myself what a grouse looks like.
We also got to pass the peanut.
It's a pheasant. Who's getting the peanut? Whoever passed it.
It's a grouse mouse.
So, ferret's very good. A grouse is a pheasant. So a bunch of birds. Oh God. Listen, male birds have to like chill the fuck out. These things look like they have wiffle balls in their throats. It's real upsetting. You can decide which horrifying testicle-faced bird you would like, Kyle, but you can go ahead and pick one.
Are you sending them?
Sending them to the chat.
Okay. Also, Kyle, I think you have peanut now.
Yeah. Oh, Kyle has peanut. Okay.
Yes.
Harlan gets peanut. Let me move him over. Boop.
Yep. Those are, yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Everyone's face.
It just went to the store and grabbed some avocados. Let's go with the avocado bird.
Funny story. What avocado means, or what?
I mean,
what the Spanish term means.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so.
Yep.
What?
Did you know that? I just found this out.
Testicle fruit.
Yeah, avocado means testicle in Spanish. Amazing,
does have a creamy
right?
inside.
Ew.
Oh.
You don't get peanut privileges.
Take that peanut
I'm giving it to
away.
Chris. I'm giving peanut to Chris. Chris gets peanut. I don't know where peanut is though. Where's peanut? Come back, peanut.
Currently on Kyle's. There you go.
I get peanut. Hold on.
You learn the most random things on this stream.
Mm-hmm.
It's really a valuable part of everyone's education. The horrible things that we uncover for you all.
I learned it from one of my D&D players, so it all comes back around.
Those pheasants, those grice, those greases, those
greases.
Grouse.
Don't like the word greases.
What is a plural grouse?
Yeah.
I think it's just grouse.
Grouse is plural. Yeah.
12 grouse.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm so sorry. We really got derailed. It's almost like the Wheel of Causality is designed to derail the story. So Harlan, as you are walking down this this shadowed road, I'm going to amazing. I am going to say that maybe a tiny, just the fact that you have suddenly someone leading you on to the next place, not leading you on, but you know, maybe get a little spring in your step, maybe whistle a little tune, and just a little one under your breath. But as you do, you hear. Double check. Let me hear real quick.
Are you Googling what a grouse sounds like?
Yes. Really long video. Unnecessarily long. I just want to hear what a grouse sounds like.
Like, shut up, David Attenborough. Let me hear the grouse.
And you start but there is
Oh my god. Grouses are awesome. You don't hear a call so much as you start hearing a thump, 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 because they smack that thing with their wings and they make a noise. So you start hearing
best as bongo drums.
I'm gonna,
yeah, pretty much.
Warning to anyone with the subwoofer, I'm gonna tap my mic so you hear it. You start hearing that coming from different directions, and these little pheasants, these little birds start like running up towards you.
They're not. That
I
noise.
don't think
it's disturbing.
I don't think grouse fly, but maybe they do. They are capable. Okay, they can fly.
Rather not. I totally get that.
They're
running
not super great at it.
Yeah, so they're running around, and they start flocking to you, Harland. You see them running behind these giant swords and things, and they're just like, and you are just being, and they're also like making a little like twittering noise, to the tune that you were doing, and you all see Harland go all Disney princess as these animals or as these birds are surrounding his feet. And you hear Kushiel. His eyes sort of narrow. No, they don't narrow, they widen as he focuses. And it kind of like does not a play bow, but like a hunt bow as he's sort of like watching all of these birds move back and forth. And though Kushiel is some sort of shadow creature, he's still a good boy, so he's a dog too. And you see them, and the kittens, Toshi is just like kicking up his feet, like
the eyes dilate.
But less in like a hunt mode. Well, maybe for Nickit. Maybe Nickit's kind of in a.
I was gonna say Nickit
has a knife out. Like what the fuck? And you're all running around. You see all of these birds running around.
Hey, Oliet, just is this like a bard thing that we can summon? Small.
Yes.
Pheasants.
Yes.
We can do that.
Sure. Yeah, I just don't, bird poop is really stinky and it's like gets everywhere. So I don't do it, but listen, I'm not gonna yuck your yum. Enjoy the birds.
I can summon birds with my whistles. Y'all, this is wild.
See, I
you can
remember
probably talk to them too if you want.
Valaine's like, see, I remember one time that Ollie tried that back in the book, and it was flying monkeys. You wonder what? It's really where the poop problem comes from.
Okay. Well, yes. This must be your, every bard is different. So you summon adorable birds. I summon horrifying spirits. Tomato, tomato.
Wait.
You should talk.
Are these ghosts? Ghosts? Grouse? Ghost grouse? Are these the ghosts of birds past?
I mean,
I'm just
depends
gonna
on if you want a Thanksgiving dinner or not.
I'm just gonna detach myself.
Ravenovia has since glanced behind them and seen this disruption and says, "Would it make much of a difference either way?"
Yes, it would.
They're not
it
ghosts.
absolutely would.
They're not ghosts. They're not ghosts. They're not ghosts. They're not ghosts. They're not. I don't know.
Beza reaches
But they're not
down and
ghosts.
pokes one. They don't feel like ghosts.
Oh,
yeah.
It went.
Here,
Okay.
here.
Yeah, she doesn't do it.
I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
And get it. Are you a ghost?
What's going on? Who are you? I don't know what you're going. Who are you?
I'm
what?
Bard.
What?
Are you a ghost? Are you a ghost bird?
I don't know what that is. What's up? Do you have food?
See, nope. They say they're not ghosts, Harlan. You're fine.
Do you have food? I could really use some
Yeah,
food. Do
I
you
got
have
food. I got food.
Great.
Yeah.
Cool. You're awesome.
She'll pull out crackers and
She's
just
got food. She's got food. Food. No,
And
come
she'll
on.
start feeding them. See,
All right.
they're eating. If they're ghosts, they wouldn't eat.
You're right. Ghosts don't eat anything but your soul. Right. Okay. That's
Is this cracker my soul?
That feels redundant. They are souls. They're cannibals? Are ghosts cannibals?
you are what you eat.
I feel like we're spreading a lot of really harmful rumors right now, and I really want to make sure that my associates are not disrespected because we kind of need them. So,
right. Okay,
how
sorry.
How can I be what I eat if I don't eat?
Let's not open that existential can of worms. And
you are what you reverse eat?
Oh, nope, we're done.
Or you're the opposite of what you reverse eat. There you go.
We're done. We're done. Villain turns you around, Paru, and starts walking towards the entryway.
Cracker?
Harlan, you hear a slightly insolent and jealous quack on your hat. As Puddles is like, okay, what kind of quack? That quack just encompasses that tone.
I don't know how it happened. I don't know. They just showed up and threw themselves all over me.
Oh my god!
You're used to that, Harlan.
Where have we heard that before?
Mm-hmm. You'd think he'd be used to it by now.
At least he's leaving his clothes on.
Okay, so should we go through this, mysterious doorway and everything's gonna be fine and none of us are worried at all. It's gonna be fine.
No.
Ravenovia is just watching.
No, it's fine. It's totally fine.
Not upset. They're just stoic. Somehow hotter, damn it.
Could you make a path? Could you I don't want to step on any of it. Just
Is this food?
Just throw Paru's crackers in the opposite direction.
Here.
What's over there? Run over that direction. Go! Why are we running from birds? And you all start shuffling through the shadow. You break through the shadow portal, which is less of a breaking through and more of a gentle shifting of location. And you arrive in you're in a crowd. It sounds a little like a big tavern. It's very busy and there's tons of people everywhere. Like all of a sudden you're like very bombarded with figures. You can't quite make out their faces. It's like the impression of a person. You glance from the corner of like your peripheral vision and you're sort of aware of the person, but it's a massive throng of folk of all shapes and sizes. And occasionally one of them like brushes against you a little bit, like if you were in the middle of a big city. And the noise is elevated and you're all like kind of having to shout a little bit over everything. And Ravenovia doesn't turn around, but just kind of speaks out with a very authoritative voice. This way. Try to, they're not people, so don't worry about it.
That makes me more worried about it. If then, I'm just gonna
They are
close
shelves,
my eyes and follow
Harlan. They are not ghosts. And
they're not ghosts. They're magical echoes.
Not even that. And okay, would like to not drop my gun. If anybody wants to intuit what she's talking about, you can give me an insight check.
Excellent. I like the insight.
Actually, I'm sorry, Tessa. We're gonna call it an investigation check, technically, because you have been given information and you have data around you, and you're trying to come to a deduction.
Taking my +10 to a +0.
I'm sorry.
12, 16.
Okay.
18
and 16?
12.
You see these people moving around and like a weird number of them are kind of like bumping into you. Haru, you see Nicket kind of work her ear a little bit and then reach over as someone bumps into her and pick their pocket. And when she picks their pocket, there is a like wallet And she opens it, and her eyes go wide.
What you got?
They're the books.
Yeah, I figured. That's awesome.
She closes. She starts like picking other people's pockets.
I mean, that's one way to get information.
So you see Nickit as you're all traveling through, kind of like weaving your way through the crowd. You see Nickit every so often, like kind of push past, like throws it, goes to the next person. I will say Oliet and Paru also with the investigation check. Thinking about what this is, or like what this kind of thing is. You're in like almost like a cityscape and there's these huge crowds. This might be the realm of Avari, the goddess of secrets and greed. She's trickery and knowledge. It's maybe a little on the nose, but the idea of people being the source of knowledge is, fun little analogy. And Ravenovia is sifting you through the group of the throng of people, and everybody give me a perception check as you are trying to make your way through here.
Excellent.
That makes up for the investigation check.
5.
Okay.
Let's see.
18.
23, but my passive's a 25,
9.
so.
Okay. So, Paru, you're on ground level. It's actually not that hard for you to focus less on the fact that there are so many people, and you're more paying attention to the ground and the feet, and sort of you get the sense of there's almost like a slight motion, or like almost a current to it. And you can sort of follow along with it a little bit, and you start following it on the ground, so you're just sort of weaving through, and you feel Verlaine walking behind you, kind of following your breakthrough. And then you feel a very abrupt sort of shift as you step past one group of people. You just like slide past them, and you are in a suddenly very quiet place. There are trees around you. It's a beautiful forest. Sun is shining, there's rays of light. Verlaine bumps behind you. Oh, sorry. And it's really picturesque and beautiful.
I want to be happy about this, but I'm also very nervous about it.
And a little ways ahead, you see a figure vaguely familiar. Blue skin, darting around a tree.
She's here. Up ahead.
Shit. You all are following Ravenovia, and you exit in a slightly separate, like you're not that far off from Paru and Verlaine, but like they exited in a few trees down. And you all exit into this forest space, the realm of Sopak, god of nature and knowledge. And
oh, he's gonna be real mad with me.
Toshi looks up and sees some of the leaves that are falling gently off the trees, and he just grabs one out of the air. Shoves it into his pocket. Nicket's like, I'm proud. On the back. And Verlaine sees you all and says, we got her! And starts running after her.
Oh shit.
And you see Verlaine heading through the forest. Ravenovia just like doesn't even say anything, just a gentle flick of their wrist, and Kushiel is off, like in a full-on hunting sprint. So what we are gonna do is I haven't done this in a bit. We're gonna do a chase.
Ooh.
I need, let's see, give me, initiative.
Alright. 13.
Okay. There's 13.
11.
Right.
I also got 11.
11.
21.
Harlan's at 21. You got long legs, Harlan.
Yep.
Happens. And then I'm gonna say the lanes in the top. First is trade. Or Majesty of the Trade. Then Kushiel. And Ravenovia, which makes sense because she's a monster. Okay. So, what we're gonna do, okay. You are, who's the fastest in the group, you think? Might just be 30. I don't know if, does anyone have more than 30?
Base is at 25.
Okay. That's fine. Okay, so we're gonna do...
Elaine might be fastest with being a paladin.
Ooh, that's right. Let me double check. That's a good point. Elaine has a speed of... No, he's a 30.
Yeah, my flying is 32.
Okay. That's fine.
30 also. Oh,
I gotcha. Alright, so, I am going to roll for
how far is she from
That's what
us
I'm... That is literally what I'm rolling for.
Okay.
Excuse me.
I mean, I can be faster than that if we want me to be. I can be up to 60 feet.
She is 60 feet ahead of you.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want me faster?
I mean, I would say that's up to you. I feel like this is a gut instinct thing.
Make the decision quick.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do it.
Okay, what are you doing?
Haru casts Draconic Transformation.
Fuck, okay.
And sprouts silver dragon wings from her back and takes off.
Amazing. Okay. So...
Paru maybe kind of sort of doesn't like the Queen of the Trade.
I also, now if she goes invisible, I have blind sight as well in this form.
Incredible. Hell
and
yeah.
a breath weapon.
Amazing. All right, here's what we're doing.
Oh, and they're incorporeal wings. That's awesome.
That's very good. All right, so the next thing we're gonna do is... So, you are not allowed to make opportunity attacks during the chase.
Okay.
You can use the dash action a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier plus 3. Every time you take...
Total or on our turn?
Well, it's for each dash action that you take after that, so total. For every dash action you take after that, you have to succeed on a con save or you're going to take a level of exhaustion.
Woo, okay.
And your speed becomes 0 when you reach level 5, so you just collapse because you're exhausted. Okay. If you are able to move into your quarry space, you can use a bonus action to perform a melee attack
Okay.
The attack is made at disadvantage because you're running. You're trying to run while you're swiping. Okay.
So, question for you.
Yes.
Because I've done the dragon transformation, I am able to, as a bonus action, use my breath weapon.
If you're within range, you can use it.
Yes. Is that okay?
Yes, she will have advantage on the saving throw because you're both running while you're doing this.
Sure.
Okay. If you move into her space, if you get to her speed, like you reach her, you can try to overtake her. You can use a bonus action to try to grapple her to the ground if you want.
Gotcha. Okay.
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 All right. And we will, at the end of your turn, you're going to roll a d20, and we're going to see if you encounter any hazards or complications while you are running.
Okay.
Got it.
That's most of it. Instead of the action, unless you're doing something very specific, that's what you're going to be doing. You're going to be running. You're going to have the opportunity to take a dash action, and you're going to roll on this dice on this table. Okay.
Cool.
You know, just wanted to do something a little different today. Okay, so we have Her Majesty the Trade is ahead. Villain is going to use his dash. And let's see. How many dashes does he get? He gets you.
You said your con modifier plus what?
3. He gets 5 dashes. Okay. So he's gonna use his dash. He has and so that takes him 30 feet behind her. Just gonna track how close you are to her. And he's gonna roll. He rolled a 4. He hits a barrier. So he runs and sees that there is a river or a creek in front of him, and he has to try to get over it. So he's gonna jump over that, and he is going to fail that as he runs past. I have a really good one for this. As he runs past, tries to leap over that creek, she whips her arm back and a wave brushes past him and knocks him prone in the creek. So he hits the ground, is in the mud, and his like opalescent, pearlescent armor is just like smacked with all this mud and water. Okay. Kushiel's probably faster. So Lane, you want to tell me how fast Kushiel is? Because I don't remember. You know. Okay. And then Kushiel's gonna roll. Kushiel has no complications. So Kushiel is just, you watch as Kushiel dashes into the forest brush, slips into a shadow, and just appears through a shrub somewhere else, further down the path. Okay. Then next is Haru, you're up. Ravenovia is also gonna run, but you're up.
So yeah, 60-foot fly speed.
60-foot fly speed.
Just whoosh.
Okay.
And I also have a 60-foot breath weapon at this.
Okay.
So she's gonna try and breath weapon her.
So Elaine ran to hit 60, but then hit a creek and got pushed down. So she keeps running. You fly up directly at her and try to point blank breath weapon her, or you do it before you reach her?
I want to do it right before I reach her.
Okay.
So because it's a cone, that way it's spread out a little bit. If she tries to dodge, there's a little bit more area that I'm covering. So I would need a dex save.
Dex save, okay. Okay. What's the DC?
18.
18? She does not make it.
Okay. So,
Oh, that's right. Kushiel has wings.
29 force damage from the breath weapon.
29 force weapon. Okay. Sorry, 29?
29 force damage.
Okay, cool.
So it's like this shimmering, iridescent breath weapon that she gives out.
Okay.
And I'm gonna continue trying to stay up on her as much as I can.
All right, sounds good. And you burst out this breath weapon, and she just sort of like kind of takes a tumble roll as she gets shoved almost a little forward, but definitely off her feet a bit. Tries to keep her balance. Oliette, it is your turn. Or actually, Beza and Oliette, what's your dex difference? I feel like Beza's gonna do better, but
my dex is a +5.
Yeah, she's way dexier.
Okay, so Beza, so dexier, I like it. All right, so Beza, you're up.
Okay.
Would you like to take the dash action?
Yeah, I'm gonna use a dash action.
So
I have 7.
So you're 50 feet behind. You now have 6, then? You just used one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, okay, so with the dash action, so I 50, so I'm 10 feet away from her?
Yes, you are 10 feet away from her.
Okay, I don't think I can reach her with anything from here. Let me just double check something.
Oh, I might have missed it. So she got another 60 feet up, so she...
It's not her turn yet. She was 60 feet ahead of you. Haru has converged. Kushiel has converged. And Ravenovia, I believe, has converged as well. So they're right behind her. Remember that with the combat, like, this is all kind of happening at the same time. So,
Sure,
like,
yeah.
they're catching up, and she's gonna try to break away.
Okay. So I used my dash action to basically move twice. I'm trying to remember, because it's been a while since I had to do this as Beza, but I move so slow. I can just take my full action to move, and then I would get another 25 at least.
If you took the dash action, you would move twice, so you would get 50 feet total movement for your action.
Okay.
And then you can use a bonus action. If you caught up to anything you can do with a bonus action is what you can do then. After that.
Okay.
Unless you want to use your movement doesn't increase when you go big, does it?
It does not. No. This is the downside to playing rogues in a home game, because my brain is like, oh yeah, just keep going.
She's dash action. No. Oh, Paru, I need you to give me a d20. Sorry.
Oh. 18.
Okay, nothing happens. So you
Okay.
find a clear path through.
Cool.
Yeah. I don't have anything I can do from this far away, and I can't get any closer right now.
Okay.
I guess, unless I action surge, but action surging just to catch up to her seems kind of pointless.
It's up to you. I'd say okay. It's phase 1, you're fine.
That'll be it for now.
All right. It is Oliette's turn now.
Okay, so... I think I'm going to... use my... I'll use one of the dashes just to get closer.
Okay.
I have 4 total, so I guess that means I have 3 now.
Okay, so you can converge. You're on her.
Okay, so that's my action and my movement, correct?
Yes. So you can use a bonus action to attempt to... You can either attack, or you can try to overtake her.
Oh my god, I can wrestle her to the ground?
Correct.
After she tried to have me murdered?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Go full on Dallas and just throw her into a glass coffee table.
I'm gonna try my absolute best.
All right, so what I need you to do is a normal grapple check. So you're gonna do contested strength checks.
Okay.
To the beefy merlady.
Yeah, I didn't take that into consideration.
We have rerolls.
That's true. You do have rerolls.
Okay, I'm gonna use one because that was a 5. Wait, how many rerolls do we have?
14 now.
Okay, I'm gonna use one more. 3rd time's a charm. Okay, 16.
She rolled a 17.
Oh my.
I'm sorry, 17 plus 4. I think it's 4.
Oh, that was a really good roll for me. Oh no. Okay.
It's 5. So you're flying or running?
I would have gotten a little bit off the ground, but not more.
Sure, just to kind of avoid the run. It's like if I can run as fast as I can glide, I'm just gonna save the shoes. So you fly forward. You try to grapple onto her, like you basically just try to like slam into her on your mid-flight, and she glances back and sees you kind of like get up in her face, and she just shoves you down and gets away. Or pulls away. I need you to give me a d20. And Beza, I also need a d20 from you. I'm sorry.
14.
14? Okay, you're fine.
16.
16, you're also fine. Neither of you run into any sort of impediments as you're doing this. Okay, Harland, it is your turn.
Cool. So I can still see all this happening, right?
Correct.
Or is this...
You can all see this. It's a little obscured, but you can for the most part see things.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I think what Harlan's gonna do is she's about 120 feet away from, because I'm at the starting point.
She is 60 feet away from you. She is.
Okay.
She has. Oh no, she would have been at the start. You're right. No, I ran with 60. It's fine. She is 60 feet away from you at the moment.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Then he's going to look around in his belt pouch and pull out this tiny little clay flask and uncork it and pour out very slowly a slow drop and just kind of flick the drop in her general direction. And I need a wisdom save because I've cast slow.
Nice. That is a...
I'd like to impose disadvantage.
Oh shit! What, with what ability dost thou do this?
My bend luck.
Does it trigger any sort of?
Oh no,
wild...
sorry, it's a penalty. Sorry, it's 1d4 and add the penalty. So it's yeah. So I'm gonna roll that right now. Sorry.
Okay.
It's not disadvantage. I spoke too soon.
That's fine.
Subtract 2 from the roll.
Subtract 2 from the roll. Okay. So give me 1 second to pull up. First. That is a... hold on, sorry. 25.
So she passed. That's fine. That's fine. So Harland is just going to take his 30 feet and just move forward.
What the fuck are her stats?
She's a queen of Fae. What do you want? She's fictional, but she's still a queen of Fae.
Hey, fair.
We've got a new subscriber.
Yep.
Mitch,
so that
thank
didn't
you.
quite work. And he's just like tries to clean the molasses off of his fingers. And...
There is a river. Haviland, she's just washing your hands like a raccoon. I need a D20.
Well,
oh, wait, did you move?
I moved, but only
you
30
moved the
feet.
30. Okay, that's fine. So I do need a D20 though.
Okay. A 19.
All right. No complications. You're fine. Which makes sense. You were taking your time. All right. So we are back at the top. Her Majesty of the Trade runs. She has a 45-foot movement, and so she runs. And you just see her with this almost like the wind at her back. She books it and is twisting around trees, trying to basically break line of sight with you. And let me see if she successfully tries that. Okay, I need, what is everybody's passive? Oh no, I have everybody's passive perceptions. Oh, there's no fucking getting away from Paru. Okay, so she cannot escape at the moment because Paru is too, like, actually Paru and Oliette both keep an eye on her. All right, so she is, so now everyone who was 0 feet away from her is now 45 feet away from her. State that. 55 feet, 45 feet, 75 feet for Harland. Okay. We are back to the top 3 NPCs. Valaine's gonna take his dash again. So he's gonna get, he's gonna meet her, so he's gonna get to the 45. God, that sounds like I'm talking about football. Kushiel is also gonna go to the 45, and Ravenovia as well. And then they're each gonna roll for their complication. Oh, God damn it, Valaine. Okay, he finds himself in some heavily forested spot trying to get past her. And oh, he's fine. He is able to squeeze through the space pretty quick. But he also lost movement because he was 60 feet minus. He just makes it. He scrambles up and then does the dash and is able to catch up to her right then. But he slips through this heavily forested area. Kushiel is fine and Ravenovia is fine. God, they're fucking rolling like aces. Okay, then we will hold Paru and we'll wait for Tessa to get back and we'll do her turn. So we're just gonna go back down to Beza. And Oliette, you're on deck.
Okay.
You are
so
50,
she ran 40.
You are 55 feet away from her.
Okay, that was my question.
Yeah.
So if I do the dash and get all the way up there, then I would be within 5 feet of her.
Yes.
Okay. Then I want to use the dash action to run up to her.
Okay.
And then I'm going to action surge so that I can attack her.
Awesome. You can choose to attack her instead for your bonus action, so you can just do that.
Well, so action surge gives me
another action.
Another full action.
I just meant like you can try to hit her with your
action-
bonus first and then decide if you want to do an action surge.
Well, I have my attacks per action is 3.
Okay.
And
So
then
you
I
basically
get-
would have 4 then.
And yeah, I
unless
have
you
two
want
weapon
to
fighting.
hit her those times and then use your bonus action to try to overtake her. That's also an option.
I might use my bonus action to do one of my abilities. I haven't decided
Cool.
yet.
All right, go for it. Go ahead and attack.
Okay. 25.
25 hits.
For 15.
Okay.
22.
That hits.
For 8. That's not as good.
Okay. All right.
18.
Does not hit.
Okay. And then, so I'm just double checking my bonus actions real quick.
You're slashing out, and you managed to swipe at her a number of times, but she's still booking it.
That's not surprising. I'm just gonna attack again, but that misses with a 17.
17 does not hit. Okay.
That's it. I don't have any more grow bigs, so I can't do extra damage, unfortunately.
Okay, it happens. I mean, not to everybody, but it happens to Beza. Amazing. Are you gonna use your bonus action?
I did.
Oh, you did. You tried. That was the thing. You did it to attack again? Is that what you did? Okay, gotcha. All right, so
none of my current bonus action things would have been
gotcha.
in use in this
So
situation.
you swipe at her. You You have drawn what looks like blood. At least there's some slices on her, and she's booking it. Okay. Oliette, your turn. You are 45 feet away from her. A dash would meet her.
5 feet. Okay, but the dash would be my action, correct?
Correct.
Right.
You can get within
Because that's how it
15
always
of her
works.
without a dash.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do. Oh, it's a bit of a gamble, but we are gonna try it.
We'll do Paru next then.
Okay, so I am going to. I will use my normal movement to get closer and get up. So I kind of want to be maybe not that much closer, but I'd like to get at least like 15 or so feet up off the ground so I can see
For the
her
purposes
clearly.
of this, if you're 15 feet away and you're 15 feet up, you're 15 feet away. So
perfect. That works. So I am going to. Yep, we'll try it. I'm going to extend my hand out, and beginning with my palm, and slowly creeping up towards my shoulder, my arm begins to become wreathed in fire, and I am going to cast Immolation.
Ooh, very cool. So what does that require?
So I need a Dex save.
Dex save, okay.
You should just fail it.
That is a 16 on the die.
Okay, plus what?
10.
Plus like 1, right?
10.
Plus 10! Okay, she still takes half damage.
26.
Oh my god.
Again, she's a queen of fae. This is like the last thing you're doing in these games.
Listen, we're doing our best. Okay. So that's 16 points of fire damage.
Nice. Beza, I need a d20. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting. Everyone, you will roll a d20 at the end of your turn. I'm having a bad time remembering, so...
13.
13.
It's almost like you're doing a lot of stuff right now.
You're good, Beza. You're good. This is really fun. I'm gonna... Oh, yeah. Yes, at the end of your turn.
Okay. 18.
18, you're fine. If anybody's curious, I am at least attempting to run the following quick reference for chases. So if anybody wants, I'll put it in the chat.
We have a Pass the Peanut.
Pass the Peanut? Who are we passing it to?
I don't know. Who are we passing it to, cards?
I'm going to, for the purposes of this, just to be simple, Ravenovia is not chasing the queen of the trade. Ravenovia is dealing with the kittens, helping move them quickly. She's slipping through shadows with them, trying to get them through. So that'll just be faster. Kyle, Harlan gets Peanut back. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Heather.
He was taken from me earlier.
Okay. Yeah, hi Daisy. All right. Then Paru. So yeah, both of you were fine. Paru, you are currently 45 feet away from her. She has a 45-foot speed. She ran.
Okay.
You can move towards her. Decide what you want to do.
Yeah.
You have a 60-foot dash or a 60-foot move?
60-foot move.
So yeah,
right
you're just
now.
you're just overtaking.
Yeah.
Well, you're not overtaking in mechanically, but go ahead.
But I mean, it's keeping the rest of my friends out of my breath weapon, which is
yes, absolutely. That's a great idea. That's a great point.
Mm-hmm.
So
you did see Beza get a couple of hits in on her.
Yes, she did get a couple of hits, and so did Oliette.
Gets up close on her and releases breath weapon again. So Dex save.
Dex save. 17.
Nope, that misses. You'll still take full.
Okay.
29 again.
Nice.
29 force damage, and that's a 10 on the die.
What kind of dragon are you?
It doesn't specify. It's
you're just
I'm
a spectral dragon.
I'm basically a spectral dragon, so I'm iridescent. Basically, because I do like iridescent shimmering force damage.
I'm not saying that Verlaine is simping you right now, but Verlaine is simping you right now. Iridescent dragon, as he's wearing his iridescent armor, is awesome.
Yeah, she's basically iridescent.
That's great. A 10. You reach an obstacle. You find that there are thorn bushes in front of you. Sorry, an impediment. I need either an athletics or an acrobatics check, your choice, to get past the impediment.
Athletics. And that is a 22.
22. You are good. You're a dragon. Who the fuck cares about some thorns?
She just basically like barrel rolls above it.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, you could probably just like tear through it with your claws. It's not going to do much to you.
Yeah.
All right. So you get past it. Good job. And then we have Harland. You are 75 feet away from her.
Is that all?
Or did you get right up on her after you did your breath weapon?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, do you want to use your bonus action to try to stop her?
My bonus action is my breath weapon.
Oh, use the breath weapon. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's true. It would have been your attack.
I technically still have an action.
No, the dash.
No,
if you,
yeah.
well, you
Yeah,
didn't
that's the
dash,
only reason
but you didn't dash.
I didn't dash.
So, do you want to use your action to try to grapple?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, give me a strength check.
Alrighty. $23. Rolled a 19.
$17. So, you see you see the Paru dragon lunge forward after letting out this huge spray of force energy and just grab on to like the center of Her Majesty of the Trade, who is very big, by the way. She's technically a large creature because she's 9 feet like the rest of the queens are. And you grab hold of her torso and you hold. What happens is if you are able to push or tackle, so you both are stopped as you grab hold of her and basically like dig into the ground to hold her still. Okay. I'm gonna say, Harlan, do you want to do anything, or are you just gonna let this roll and let her make her next turn?
Well, now that Paru is all up in the Queen's biz, doing slow again would be a bad idea. So yeah, Harlan's going to, I guess Harlan's just gonna dash and try to catch up.
Okay, so you can get 15 feet away with your 60-foot movement, or
Cool.
your 60-foot dash.
And bonus action. Has anyone taken damage? Have we rested
no one has.
at all?
No one has taken any damage. You have not rested though, so if you took any damage last session, you still have it.
Cool. Then Harlan will like, yeah, get her. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's like mud wrestling back on the farm. Just you know, lock it right behind the, you know, just, you know what to do. You're doing just fine. Use bardic inspiration.
Nice.
Harlan, are you saying that bitch? She's a cow.
I would never say that because there's a part
Cows
of
are
Harlan's brain
wonderful.
that still reminds him of his mother. Because of that one random.
Oh, I know. I'm aware. It's literally the first official clip I have put up on the YouTube channel is literally that. And
delightful.
And I would like to say that, Chris, your reaction to that is, your mother is filthy, and I love this. It was a very good moment. Anyway, so
Paru, you have bardic inspiration.
Oh, Paru's got bardic inspiration. Okay, cool.
What's your did you D8?
That's a great question. It is a D8, yes.
Okay.
What a wonderful
Pulling one out in
question.
front of me so I can remember.
Okay, so
Angry Paru is scary.
So the Queen of the Trade has been grappled, and she is going to do something. Let me check the rules on the thing. Ooh, not that. Fuck that. I want... Okay. This'll be interesting.
I don't like that.
I don't like that.
She's gonna cast a spell.
Ooh, yikes.
So Paru.
Okay. Yeah.
I need you to give me a wisdom save.
Okay.
DC 23.
Okay. Well, I rolled a 14, so that's a 24.
Oh, okay. As you watch her stare into your soul with this anger, and she sort of spits out, "Why don't you focus your aggression on somebody your own level?" I don't know. I realized you were bigger than her. I didn't say your own size. Didn't make sense. I fucked that up.
I'm actually not.
No, you're the same size?
I'm the same size.
Oh, amazing. Okay, then that works. So why don't you go pester someone your own size? That's not her voice. She's more of a Jack Sparrow type. And she tries to cast Gaius on you, but it don't work.
I don't see the need.
And then she's going to... What can she do? Oh, I know what she can do. Your bonus action, Missy Steps. And
Good thing I can do that too.
So she bumps 30 feet away. Misty Steps 30 feet?
Mm-hmm.
So 30 feet. And then uses her movement to run another 45. So
Howard.
So she's 75. I need you to give me a perception check, Paru.
Natural fucking 20. Holy God. That's a 30.
You grabbed a hold of her, and as you grabbed a hold of her, you felt something tucked under her jacket. Big rectangular something tucked under her jacket.
I don't suppose I could keep a hold of that if she Misty stepped.
You only noticed it like in the moment, and you'd done all your actions.
Okay. She has it on her.
You are now 75 feet away from her.
Okay.
It is Valaine's turn. Valaine's gonna use his dash again. But he's not gonna get very close. He's 15 feet away. And then he's also fine. He doesn't actually hit an obstacle this time. Kushiel has a... he hits a bunch of tall ferns that are obscuring the path, and he dashes into the shadow and then out of the shadow and like looks around, and he's lost the direction of where he's going, and he kind of he looks around and then he rushes back into a shadow to try to catch up again, but it slows him down. He also takes some bludgeoning damage. He basically like thought he was going one direction, then he like smacked into a tree. So he took a little bludgeoning. Kushiel is 10 feet away. And then Haru, it is now your turn again, because we put you back in the initiative order.
Angel, this is technically a realm of the dead, yes or no?
No, not really.
Okay, never mind. I'll leave that alone then.
Okay. Good talk.
It's okay. I have an idea.
I see you.
Yeah. That's just checking. Okay, so I am a horrible person. Okay.
You're fine.
I'm going to dash with the fly speed, so that's 120 feet, so I'm definitely on her.
Okay.
And then instead of using a bonus action to attack her, I would like to make a bonus action to grab the book as I'm dashing past her.
She's 75 feet away from you and you're going to dash?
Yeah, that would give me 120 because
so that's your action. Can you...
Because you were saying we could make a bonus action
can
to do a melee attack?
Yeah, but you're doing it at disadvantage to
That's
attack
fine.
her in... I forgot about that part. It says it on the rules.
Yeah.
I totally forgot until just now.
That's fine.
We'll say it's the next phase of the thing. You'll do things at disadvantage.
I just wanted to try and grab the book as I was doing the grip, as I was dashing by her.
I mean... Yeah, give me a strength check. Or actually, no, give me a sleight. I mean, I think... You're not trying to hide that you're doing it.
No, I'm just trying to grab the book.
So yeah, go ahead and give me a strength check.
At disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna use my D8.
Okay.
So, okay, I got an 18 and a 15, so that would be 19, but 19 plus 7 is 20 something? 26? 26.
Roll 23. So
I want to keep going with my...
So you barrel into her.
Because
like she wants to keep this book and she had it hidden under her jacket. I'm gonna say you have to stop and like actively try to stop her. I don't think you can just like grab it and run. She's not holding it like a football. So you gotta like actually get up in her face and try to take it. So you reach into her coat as you like kind of start grappling her again, and you are trying to tug it back, and she doesn't realize that's what you're going for, and you manage to get the slip on her, and you have it in your hands.
All right. Awesome.
It looks to be made of wood, like the cover. Anyway, Beza, your turn. You are 80 feet away.
Yeah, that's really far away. I can't get to her. So, Beza's gonna pull out her bow.
Ooh, nice.
She doesn't use that often. And I'm gonna take a shot at her. .22.
22 will hit.
Okay, the bow doesn't do as much damage because I can only hit with it once, but it's 10. Actually, how does that work? Because I get multiple attacks.
What is it? You get multiple attacks with your bow.
Every action is 3 attacks.
Yeah, so you're super fast. You're just like... Boom, boom.
Okay, well then I'll keep going.
Yeah. Valid. You still do it. Trust me, I've watched like Olympic archers do
25.
that. That hits.
For 12.
Okay.
And that last one's not gonna hit. That's a 12. And then
you graze past her with one of the arrows.
Yeah, and then I forgot that this was a thing. So I'm gonna activate my fire rune.
Nice.
When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, which technically I did, you can invoke the rune to summon fiery shackles. So I need a strength save. The DC's not super high, but it's worth a shot.
22.
Yeah, so she definitely makes the save, so they don't manage to snag her. But fiery shackles do shoot up out of the ground and try to grapple her.
Okay. Does she take any fire damage, or?
Not if she isn't actually shackled.
Gotcha. Oh, Paro, I need a d20.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
19.
Okay, you're good. Beza, is that the end of your turn?
That is, and I am going to move my 25, just my normal 25 feet of movement so that I'm not getting too much further away, because then I can keep shooting her.
Okay, you are 55 feet away from her. Give me a d20.
Okay.
And then Elliot, you're up.
Nat 20.
Nat 20, you're fine.
Why couldn't I get that when I hit her?
Okay, so the only person in melee range is correct?
Is who? Paru?
Paru?
Correct. Paru's the only one in melee range.
Okay.
And she just snagged something from... She just, like, was wrestling her for something.
Okay. All right. Well, I am going to. I'm going to get a little higher in the sky, so I will be maybe now 20 feet up, and I'll move forward just a bit. But I'm not going to use my action to dash.
Okay. So you are going to be 70 feet away.
Okay.
If you move 20.
20 forward.
Yeah, 20 forward, you'll be 70 away from her, and you can have some height if you want.
That totally works. I am going to focus on a point above her head.
Okay.
Whichever way is like against her back, because I don't want this to affect Paru. So a point that is 15 feet above her and about 5 feet behind her. And I will extend both of my hands out in front of me and start to twist as I cast Gravity Sinkhole above her.
Very cool.
And I need her to make a con save.
Con save.
Let's just hope is she bad at anything?
She's shit at that roll. Okay. That is a 15.
Okay. So she takes a little bit of damage.
Who was that, Tessa?
My son just gave me a cinnamon monkey bread to eat.
Good stuff.
Ooh, okay, girl, I'm coming for you. Jesus Christ. So that's 27 points of force damage as she is wrenched up off the ground and begins being pulled towards this gravity sinkhole in the air.
Very nice. Okay. She's gonna use her reaction to do one legendary action. The only one she has right now. And she is going to cast at Paru. And I need you watch her pull her sword out, the one she uses to like cut through things. That was a really dumb way to say that. Cut through reality. Cut through pages is what I meant, not just things. It's a little bit like weird. So weird, like a sword slices through things.
Just real quick as a point of order, she gets pulled 15 feet into the air and then drops because it's not a concentration spell.
Oh, okay. So
so she gets yanked up and then drops back down to the ground.
Gotcha. Nice. So she's not getting pulled back. She's getting pulled up and down.
She's getting pulled up and at an angle.
Okay, so with 15, you take 1d6 for every 10 feet of. Okay, so she takes.
Yeah, it's not a lot. But...
She takes 2 bludgeoning.
It's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing. It's like super embarrassing. It looks super stupid. Paru, I need another wisdom save from you. As the sword glows as she points at Paru and casts again, the DC is increased to 25.
I just rolled a natural 20.
Okay.
30.
All right. She reaches out and you feel for just like the slightest bit of moment as like your molecules are shifting just a little bit. Oof. And you kind of push past it and nothing happens. And you hear her cursing at you from a distance. As she fails with her second 9th level spell, True Polymorph. God damn it.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine. It's great. It's great. You're
Midnight Candy is being very good to me.
There's also no reason that she should be trying to wisdom save anything with Paru, so that's her fault, not yours. Okay, so you knock her down, Oliette. Give me a d20.
Okie dokie. That's a 5.
5. You end up you're a little up and you see a fallen tree kind of like at an angle in front of you, and you have to go do like a Star Wars speeder bike like underneath. I need you to give me an athletics or an acrobatics check, your choice, to get past the impediment.
Oh, well, I guess acrobatic, which is a disadvantage because my stinking shield. At disadvantage, that's definitely a 2.
Why are we in the air?
We have
Your shield says you do have a reroll if you want.
So I just re-roll another disadvantage roll. Is that what that is? Or do I re-roll the disadvantage? What is it? I'm gonna re-roll both of them.
Yeah.
That's much better. That's a 4.
Okay, that's double that. That's great. So you are that counts as 5 feet of difficult terrain, so you subtract 10 feet from your attempt to move. So did you dash or did you move regular? So you moved.
No, I just moved regular.
So you were 40 feet away, but because of that, you're 50 feet away because it made it harder for you to move at one point. I think that means it. 50, 45. I think it's 45. Math is hard. I need a Gantt chart to like track your movements during a chase scene.
I'm like, sorry.
Not you, everybody. It's not just you. You're fine. All right. Beza, you are 55 feet away, and Her Majesty. Did you say knocked prone Oliet when she hit the ground? Like the gravity sink well thing if she fails to save?
It doesn't specify. So
Okay,
I would
you're just
imagine whatever
smacked.
rules apply. Yeah, she just drops out of the ground. So
okay, she's probably scrambling back up, but it hurts. It's a 3-point landing, but it hurts.
Good.
My knees. Okay, Beza, you are 55 feet away.
Okay. 55 feet away. And so is she prone or is she just...
She is just like, she's not prone. She's kneeling, we'll say.
Okay. So I wouldn't get advantage if I was melee.
Correct. If you're gonna try to melee her, you're gonna be rolling at disadvantage right now. Because you're running and chasing and like everyone's moving around during the chase.
Okay, well, from where I'm at, I can still shoot her without moving. So I'll do that first.
It's okay, Retsev, I have a Gantt chart.
Retsev does make
22.
some amazing charts.
22 will hit.
17 misses. 24 hits. Ugh. For 14 damage total. That's such awful rolls. Yeah, I can't get close enough to use any of my better options. And then I'm gonna move, just use my regular movement again to get to the 25.
Okay. So you are 30 feet away from her.
Okay.
Cool. Then wait, we did Beza. Did Oliet go? We did an Oliet turn? I forgot what happened.
Yeah.
I think I did them in the wrong order. My bad.
It's okay. Yeah, I go after Beza.
Yeah,
usually,
Harland. You are 90 feet away from her.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Cool.
Cool.
Now, cool.
Cool.
So, yeah, a couple things. Harland is realizes that he's a little bit far out of the action. Is like kind of looks down, like looks around, like does the whole Pulp Fiction like look around thing. Grabs the shovel off of his back and pulls out a like it looks like a 4-leaf clover basically, and just kind of casts
She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me.
Yeah.
Why would you use an even number?
He destroys it. But yeah. So he casts it on the wooden shaft of his shovel.
Okay.
And then we'll like grab the handle and kind of like stand on top of the shovel and like brace it against the ground, just like.
Okay.
And then I have to hold on. I have to look up the actual like thing for this.
Can't wait.
What is happening?
So,
I don't know his stuff well enough.
I don't know. I heard wooden
I got one.
shaft, and I was like, it's not over for me.
90 feet forward, 100 feet up. And cast Dimension Door.
Holy Oh, on yourself?
Yep.
Okay, so you are now 100 feet in the air?
Over Her Majesty the Trade.
Yeah, I see that. You might want to go a little ahead of her, just because of running.
Okay, yeah, sure. Just taking that in
Getting a
consideration.
sense, getting a sense of about how fast she's going. Give me an intelligence check real quick.
No.
Or perception. I'll give you either perception or intelligence.
I'm better at perception.
Then do perception. It was either going to be investigation or
yeah,
perception.
that's a 17 on the die.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
Yeah, for sure. So
a real
12,
bad
22.
roll. I just wanted to kind of see like how easy it is for you to gauge depth and like velocity from a distance behind. Can you tell how fast you need to be from 90 feet away to like figure out how far it is? We'll say you guessed ahead.
He's seen how far she's moved each of the turns that she's fully moved, right? And so
Sure,
he can
you get some semblance.
get a sense
I will
for
say
it.
from a distance, I'll roll to see like if you're within striking distance of her or not when her turn rolls around, and see what happens when you start falling. Because you're gonna fall. Oh, that's the other thing. You're gonna be falling at a certain rate per round.
It's 500 feet around.
Is it 500 feet around? Really? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. 500
I
feet
just
for
looked it
6
up.
seconds.
83 feet a second.
Damn. Okay, so yeah, you're like straight up gonna just be like boom on top of her. Okay, cool. You are 100 feet and I'm marking how far you are from her, and it's like 100 feet and closing. For Harlan. Okay, so back at the top, Her Majesty of the Trade. You will start falling this turn. So we'll say you're ahead of her. You like guessed ahead, and you're gonna be dropping down. Do you intend to stop your momentum, or are you just gonna like full on like break your bones?
He was gonna take a scoop out of her.
You're still gonna take damage, by the way.
Yeah.
ND6, you good with that?
Just 100 feet. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. Okay. Anyway. So Her Majesty of the Trade
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Frustrated beyond all hell. She hits the ground as Oliette casts that gravity well, and she glances at back, or she doesn't glance, she glares out at Paru, and with her sword still in her hand, she flicks and points her sword again as she starts running and saying, "A little help, darling." And you see a slice in the air in darkness as a door is formed and Maladine jumps through.
Oh no!
Just to be clear, Paru has the book right now?
Paru currently has the book. Paru, did you said she has it on her? That's what you shouted. Okay. But we could just say you said it here so they'll hear it.
Yeah.
So
that's what I was. Yeah, I wasn't sure if we had it.
You see Maladine emerge, well, at least the copy emerge from nothing, and she is going to enter initiative. She's going to. Oh, I like that.
I
don't. What's that? I need a constitution. No, wait, hold on. How many hit points do you have?
Including temp or not including temp?
I think including temp?
Including temp, I have 109 hit points.
109. That is not enough as she casts Power Word Stun. And you just have Maladine just swipes up with ink and you are like smacked across the face with this like smattering of ink, and it just like, it's as if you got clobbered in the face with something, and you just are completely sort of dazed. And she stuns you. You can make a Constitution save at the end of each of your turns in order to unstun.
All right.
So she does that, and her Majesty of the Trade, when you are stunned, she goes, I don't want to wrestle you. And, grabs your, like, collar, slices into the air, and drags you both through to somewhere else.
I had a feeling that was about to happen.
This portal is there. It's a rip and tear, and she's booking it. Ha! I didn't mean that, but it happened.
You did.
It happened. I really didn't.
Okay.
Sometimes I forget.
But I still have the book in my hand, right?
Still have the book, but she has you.
And she has me, and at the end of my turn is when I can unstun myself. Okay.
Does she actually make forward momentum into the...
She did make forward momentum. She went 30 feet up, or 45 feet up. Well, but maybe not. Actually, I'm gonna have it because she's dragging Paru.
I'm not very heavy.
I know, but it's still like maneuvering. She can't sprint at a full.
I have wings right now. They are probably whapping her in the face.
But she can't sprint at a full sprint while also trying to maneuver a person. So she's like 25 feet ahead of you.
Oh, Mitch.
Sure, I'll allow it. It's fine. It's the finale. Thanks, Mitch. So, as you all see that tear open, you see, Maladine reaching out, and looks like she's slowly, with this ink resin kind of leaving her fingertips in that like grotesque way that you can tell this isn't Amadine, starts like almost stitching the portal shut, like as if it was fabric. And damn it. You hear from somewhere above an obnoxiously confident voice from on high going, "Maybe not, love." And you see a burst of light emanate from the sky and hit Maladine, pushing her down and like cracking the resin that was threading the portal shut, and preventing her from sealing the portal behind her, or behind Her Majesty. And landing on the ground wearing a pair of winged boots, because of course he is, you see a very resplendent gold wizard who decided to also be here because he's everywhere, and is just like
because we love him.
Can't help but notice that you were probably on your way that way, so I figured, why not give a little help? And you hear, as Ravenovia, like, appears through a portal with the kittens, like, to where everything's going on, their face falls. Sage. Ravenovia! Hey, how's it going, love? Small world, small world.
Did you get stuck in my chair?
They look thoroughly irritated. Sage is there. Rolls their eyes, and all right, that is where we will pause that. Thank you very much. All right, so it is Verlaine's turn. Verlaine's gonna use his next dash to jump through the portal. So Verlaine jumps through the portal.
Sorry, Stacy was climbing up my headphones.
Kushiel jumps through the portal after them. Ravenovia has the kittens. We're gonna say that the kittens jump after Paru, and then we're gonna Paru, as you jump, as she drags you through the portal, you are still stunned, so you may make a Constitution save to break the stun. DC 25, or no, 23.
19.
Nope. So you are still sort of like dazed. You're not even quite sure what's going on. Beza.
So she found the stat. That's the bad one.
Hey,
found the bad
she
stat.
just had to go through the Rolodex. Beza, you are 30 feet away from the portal.
I'm gonna dash through the portal after Villain.
Okay, you take a dash and you start heading inside. I will, at the beginning of the turn, well, no, you still have actions and stuff. So, you see Her Majesty of the Trade. You are just, maybe 5. I lost track of the number. I think she's probably going to be about 30 feet away from you. She's running. And as you jump into the portal, you are suddenly bombarded with a unexpected warmth. Like you're inside all of a sudden.
Oh no.
And you see rock everywhere, caves, and there is this flickering, almost lightning style strobe of chaotic light everywhere. And ahead of you, Her Majesty of the Trade is heading for looks like some sort of crack in the ground with energy coming out of it.
I'm gonna get yeeted into a chaos.
Into a chaos portal. Yeah, that's the plan. You are 30 feet away. Is there anything you would like to try to do as your action or bonus action? Or your action's dash. Do you want to attack as a bonus action? Well, no, we said, no, attacking is a melee attack, so not a ranged. Did I let you range as bonus last time?
No, I didn't bonus with a ranged attack last time. It was just my regular action. Crap. I do have something that I can do, and it would probably help Paru, but I don't know if this is a good point to do it.
You can try it.
One of my runes lets me enter a prophetic state for 1 minute.
Okay. There's no time to. I was gonna say there's no time to do that.
No. Or until I'm incapacitated. But what it does is any creature I can see within 60 feet, whenever they make an attack roll, a saving throw, or an ability check, I can give them advantage or disadvantage.
For a minute, or do you have to, it takes a minute to do it?
No, it lasts for a minute.
Lasts for a minute. Then yeah, you have time. That's fine.
You're like Nick Cage and Next.
So an eye opens up on your forehead, I assume.
I guess.
That's fine. I think that's as good as that is as good an example as possible.
It doesn't say that I can't do anything. It just says that I'm.
Does it say as an action or as a reaction you can impose, or it's just whenever? I think
it's a reaction.
I was gonna say it sounds like a reaction.
I use my reaction to do the advantage or disadvantage, and it lasts for the full minute. It doesn't say I can't do anything else.
No, I think it's a passive thing. I mean, it's your reaction. So yeah, you used your action. Used your action to run. You used your activating it is that a bonus to activate it?
It's my bonus action, yeah.
Okay, so then you're done. That's all your stuff.
Yeah, that would be it. But I'm gonna activate my prophetic state.
So as you start running through, this little glow begins to form as an eye appears, almost blinks open on your forehead, and you start seeing. Okay, cool. You start seeing the path of things. Possibilities. All of a sudden, where the Queen of the Trade is running, you see her break off into dozens and dozens of slight variations. They're all much dimmer than the real one, so you can see the real one, but you can see the possible permutations of what she can do. At the same time, though, as the strobe is hitting the rocks and everything, this golden green sort of chaotic energy, there's like flickers and twitches in the possible futures. You see weird spectral flashes of bizarre things, like she turns into a llama, or like she gets 12 feet tall, or like Godzilla shows up. Like, you see a bunch of really weird shit in addition to the actual path of fate, as you are this close to this bed of chaos, this hearth of bedlam. So when you try to make the reaction, you're gonna have to make a check to make sure you can do it, because of this weird chaos that is sort of actively bumping up against the reliable, almost orderly magic that you're dealing with. But you do see her, and you see the options. Okay, Aliette, you are 45 feet away from the portal.
Okay.
In the forest, so.
Okay, so I am going to check this one. 45 feet? Oh, okay.
Yeah, 45 feet from
I'm
the
gonna
portal.
I'll use my regular movement, so 30 feet. So I'm 15 feet from portal opening.
Okay.
Can I see her from where I am?
It is like this kind of dark ripple, and everything beyond, you see this, like, you can see a momentary strobe flicker of what they're doing, but it's hard to it's hard to make
without
out.
being in there.
Yeah.
Okay, then I guess I will use my dash to get inside so I can see what's happening.
So you use your 30 to get within 15, you use your another 30 to get into the portal, and 15 feet inside. So she's 30 feet away from the portal, which makes you 15 feet away from her, as she's running with Baru.
Okay, and we can only do melee attacks with bonus actions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Can I still do my regular bonus action, like Bardic Inspiration?
I will allow it. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna try to catch. Wait, is Harlan still falling outside?
Yes, he is. I will say though, he targeted it real well. I think he'll be with you in a moment.
Okay. Well, maybe before I would have stepped through the pool. Oh, shoot.
I'll be right
he has to
down.
be within...
I'll be right down! You see him directly above the rip in the portal. It looks like he's gonna fall into it.
Okay, well...
He's nothing if not accurate.
Yeah, I'm just gonna blow him a kiss and give him Bardic Inspiration. My last one.
Okay. Don't die.
Yeah.
Okay. So you jump through. Harland, you... and you hit the ground on the other side of the portal as you just go right through, and you hit the rocks.
Okay.
Yes. What would you like to do?
I'm just curious. Curious.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
Is the angle like?
It's like a 5-foot space that you could like pass through or pass down into, because it's just kind of a rip in reality. That's all. You don't have to like. It's not. We're not dealing with horizontal and vertical axes here. There's multiple dimensions here. There's a fourth dimension involved here. You're fine.
Right.
Yes. So what would you like to?
That's what I was curious about, because it's like, you know, if he's, would he have to be going
this
through it sideways in order to come through it sideways?
This is not a Looney Tunes cartoon.
No, is it portal? Like,
it's not directly portal.
Forward?
It's a little. No, it is. There is a 5-foot wobbly wibbly of portal energy. You touch it and you come out of the wobbly wibbly portal energy at that direction. So you are hitting the ground.
Cool.
So we're gonna roll for damage.
Yes.
So you fell 100 feet. We're gonna roll 10d6 and we're gonna see how far you roll. Oh
no.
You take 38 bludgeoning damage as you hit the ground.
That ain't bad.
That's not bad. It's not the worst that ever happened.
Nope.
Harland, as you hit the ground in this concussive force, I need you to give me a D10,000.
I meant to do that. 6701.
6701. Right. Come on. Gotta find the right find. 7001. Oh shit. Okay. You hit the ground and you are in this cave and there's all this strobes going on, and in the way that Beza suddenly felt this warmth of being underground in the cave, you feel all of a sudden the exact opposite as you are struck with, as it says, severe hypothermia. I need you to give me a Constitution save.
Cool. Tides of Chaos.
Okay. You might as well just give me another D10,000.
Yeah, so that's a 19 on the die from Tides of Chaos.
Okay, that's fine.
Which is fun, because as soon as you have me roll that randomness, I get Tides of Chaos back.
You take 10 cold damage. But your speed is not slowed.
Cool. All right. So are there any like open pits nearby? Are there is it like...
You see some of these little fissures, like the big fissure she's running towards is just a straight up widening crack in the ground. You can feel the ground shifting underneath you. And there are tiny cracks in the walls. There are a few on the ground that you see this light flickering erratically up out of. And I need that D10,000.
Oh, a second one, right. How about 2,000?
Really? That's very specific. Oh. God, I hate it.
That face.
I don't like it.
That's not good. That's not good.
Oh, I apologize in advance for everybody.
Oh, I really don't like it.
Harland, your feet vanish. But you can walk comfortably on your ankles. It's awful. You're like a stick man.
I've become Hank Hill's father. Okay.
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
So you lose about 4 inches of height. We'll say.
Delightful. All right. So, let's see. So we've discussed like the potential of what she wanted to do.
Yes. She is directly aiming for that.
Okay.
Oh, it's so good, Retsim. That was so good.
It's great. Cool. Why do I do this to myself? I don't dislike puns, but I guess I just get angry. I don't know why.
Because you didn't think of them.
Maybe that's it.
Can you bring me a soda?
So yes, we discussed what she's trying to do.
Right. Okay. So,
I will say at this point, once you're through the portal, we are no longer in chase rules. We are now in normal interaction and combat.
Cool.
And I will give you guys your distances when it's your turn. I'll let you know.
Using using an object is a action or bonus action?
Using an object, I believe, is a free action?
Okay. I'd have to get it
so
out of my backpack first.
You use an object action. So I think it is an action.
Okay. It basically be like the equivalent of like taking a potion.
Correct.
Yeah.
Bad example, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I do the other one.
I'm just talking about the type of interaction.
It is an action in the way that the hide action, the ready action, the help action, those are all actions. So yes, it is an action.
Cool. who is adjacent to the portal? Like, who's adjacent to Harlan right now?
I think Beza is probably closest to you.
Okay. Beza, you feel like coming with?
All right. She doesn't know what's happening, but she trusts Harlan.
Yep. So Harlan puts his hand on Beza's back and will dimension door in between the Queen of the Trade and the large fissure.
Okay. I need you to give me a D10,000.
2599. Scroll all the way down to 5th level.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. You touch the ground, and you feel as you reach the other side of your teleport that you feel something touching your feet, and you glance down and you see vines and leaves and foliage start to sprout up out of the ground near your feet and trying to grab hold of you. You shift your feet a little bit.
Good thing I don't have feet.
You don't have feet. It's trying to grab your legs. And as you kind of move a little bit, it disengages, but if you keep your foot still, it's trying to latch onto you. So
okay, so you gotta do the my feet fell asleep and I'm trying to get blood flow back.
When you if you stand still, they will try to grapple you.
Okay, cool. And then for bonus action, okay, what is it to pull something out of my backpack? Like just grab something into my hand.
That's gonna be. I'll allow that to be a free action.
Okay, so yeah, he's gonna grab something out of his backpack. And as a bonus action, will cast Healing Word on himself because he looks beat up.
Oh, it's almost like he fell 100 feet.
Yep,
right?
we'll bet.
And then through
Almost,
time
yeah.
and space.
So, Healing Word at 3rd level is 3d4 plus 4. For a total of 11. That's better than bad.
It's good.
Cool. That's Harlan's turn.
Okay. Her Majesty of the Trade is back up. Oh, as you all ran through the portal, you saw Sage grappling a little bit, or not grappling, but like fighting off Maladine. And you saw Ravenovia jump in to help, and they are holding Maladine back as you all jump into the portal. The kittens have run forward, but I just don't think they're gonna do as much as they want. But Her Majesty of the Trade continues dragging Haru forward, but she sees Harland and Beza in the way. She is going to do a thing. I need... Where are you at? She's gonna cast Tidal Wave. There is no reason to cast it any higher. I need both of you to make a dex save as a 10-foot tall, 30 feet, like giant tidal wave tries to shove you back towards the rift, of which you're probably about 20 feet away from.
Do we know the DC, or are we just rolling?
Let me double check the DC. It is
more than what I got. I'm gonna reroll.
Okay. The DC is. I'm sorry.
Well, wait. Before you do that, I can use my reaction to give you.
Yeah, hold on one second.
Advantage.
Well, I'm gonna say that your ability probably needs to be before you know if it succeeds or not.
Well, yeah, but he's saying it's bad. I can just.
Well, right. So go ahead and give him advantage if you're going to give him advantage.
You want me to preemptively. I see,
right.
I see.
Before
Okay.
I tell you what the DC is.
Yeah, which you haven't said. So can I do that?
Up to you. If it's bad, I mean, yeah. If you want to let him re-roll, Beza, your reaction.
Yeah. Yeah. You can. I'll use my
Still gonna
reaction
use
to give you advantage.
I really don't want to go in this pit. This pit.
No, I don't blame you. I don't think I'll need a reroll.
I'm just getting worse and worse.
The DC is 23.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, even I need a reroll if that's how high it is.
Use the rerolls, you got him.
I can't make that at all.
This is the finale, friends.
That's how I am with the con save. I can't make it. Even a nat 20 will not give me enough to make the save.
Yeah. Okay.
My reroll was higher, but it's still only a 20.
Okay, so you each take 4d8 bludgeoning damage.
Delightful.
That's 20. Take 20 bludgeoning damage, and you are both knocked prone. So basically, you're just... It doesn't push you towards the thing, but it knocks you on your ass.
Cool. Like, lifts you up and slams you back down, basically.
Yeah, it's weird how that happens. I am going just for your own benefit, or it's just so you know, getting up is going to spend 15 of your movement or half of your movement, whichever is less. Trying to benefit you with that. I don't want to punish the people who are slower than 30 feet by getting rid of that option. Okay. So you get knocked over as she casts, and she's going to keep dragging Paru forward. Again, she's dragging Paru, so she's only got 25 movement. She has to get past you, so she gets just up to the portal, or the rift in the ground. She's got Paru by the back of the neck, and she very much wants to throw the small dragon into the pit. But she also has to roll a d10,000 because things are crazy here. So,
Didn't we have a ring that lets you switch places with somebody?
Tell me.
Or something? God, we had so many random shit things. Yay.
I got so freaked out just then because it was trying to get... I told it to give me a number between 1 and 10,000, but it decided that it was 1 and 10, comma, 000 meant between 1 and 10, and I got a 7. I'm like, what the fucking odds of a single-digit number? Granted, only I got a single-digit number one time.
If you type random number between, it'll do it.
Yeah.
I don't think we have anything about switching places. My rune on my crossbow lets me teleport the weapon to somebody else, but
that might be what I'm thinking of.
What didn't you do something with Faeline when we were in Rosebud?
Oh my god! I can't do that because I gave my last bardic inspiration to Harland.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all right, Ange. Just do it to me.
It's also a random chance that I would even get that story.
It has nothing to do with you.
I forgot that I had that bardic inspiration. I might have been able to pass that save. Oh well.
Interesting.
Oh well. Another roll. There's going to be more rolls. It's fine.
Oh yeah.
Hey. I need everybody to give me a... Actually, you know what? Never mind. So, as she casts Tidal Wave and starts heading towards the portal...
Okay.
I am gonna screenshot this real quick so that I have proof for this, because I do not want anyone thinking that I Deus Ex this. So, as she gets close to the portal, and casts Tidal Wave, you all feel a ripple in your molecules, basically. The cavern starts shaking, and everything around you starts bending in its perspective, and you start tasting colors and hearing, it is a hypersensory experience that I think only Harland, and I just noticed your name in the chat, Kyle, is Harland. I hate you. I love hate you. Only Harland has probably experienced this before. This idea of just pure chaotic improbability and creation magic. And you all feel like something very, very fundamental is shifting, something that is warping reality. And she hasn't even thrown Paru into the pit yet. You all see like little tendrils of this flickering strobe magic start lighting up all around you. Something is about to happen. And you don't know what it is, but I'm going to give each of you an opportunity to try to influence what is about to happen. I would like each of you... first of all, I would like Paru to give me a Constitution save real quick. DC 20. Okay, no. So you're still a little out of it.
Yeah. I would have to roll a natural 20.
No, that's fine. You do feel it, though. You can't act, but you do know something's happening. I'm going to go to each of you, and I want you to give me a spell save or a charisma save, depending on whatever you have. Or not a spell save, but like a spell check. Like whatever your spell casting is. Mm-hmm. And if you don't have a spell casting, I want you to give me a charisma check. So I would like to start... We'll start with Beza.
6.
Okay, Beza, you got 6. You want to reroll?
This
is the end of the campaign. Do you want to reroll?
You said the DC is a 20?
I didn't say the DC on this one.
Okay.
I just want to know.
Oh no, that's right.
This is a
Paru's was a
yes.
DC 20.
This is a different thing.
I'll try a reroll. My charisma is +0, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, see what the roll is.
That is better. That's a 16.
16. Okay. Harland, go ahead and give me an advantage spellcasting check for you.
Thank you. Sorry, just editing the reroll pool. Spellcasting check. I think
it's whatever your attack roll is. I think if you're spellcasting.
So it's a spell attack roll. It's a +9.
So roll +9 with advantage.
Nice.
Sometimes being a wild magic sorcerer is better. Sometimes things that are wild magic are.
And of course, I can't see the dice because I have stupid things.
Oh,
in the way.
Kyle, actually, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you want me to use the high variance dice?
I would love you to roll with advantage with the high variance dice. This is perfect.
Let's do that.
Oh, yes.
This is a preview of what is to come, my friends. I purchased a high variance dice. This dice has 3 nat 20s and 3 nat 1s on it. And we're going to roll it at advantage to see what Harlan gets on his save.
It's a +9, so.
+9. Roll 1. That's a 5. Roll again. It's a nat 1. So, 5 + 9.
Can I Tides of Chaos it?
Yes, you can. Another nat 1.
Oh no.
Can I re-roll it?
Yes, you can.
I don't want a nat 1.
Okay.
No.
There's 3 of them on this dice. That's another nat 1. Do you want to reroll again? I'll let you keep Tides of Chaosing it.
Oh my god.
That's a 3. Want to keep going?
We're down to 6.
Do it.
We are we're in the stretch. This is the end.
Just do it.
We've got 15 minutes.
Go, go, go.
That's an 18. You like it?
I will keep the 18. Yes.
Okay.
That's good.
18 plus 9, that is a 27. This is a fun dice.
This is wild.
That's the point.
No, I will not keep it. Oh.
Roll it. This is just fucking Price is Right. Okay. So, 27 for Harland. Haru, I would like you to give me a spell check at disadvantage because you are dazed.
All right.
Remember that you have rerolls if you need them.
So one was an 18 plus 11.
Uh-huh.
The other was a 2 plus 11.
That's not bad. It's not the worst thing. You can reroll if you like.
I'm gonna keep it.
Okay. All right. This is like blackjack.
It narratively makes sense.
Okay.
That she doesn't roll as well since she's dazed.
Okay, Oliette, give me a spell.
I got 15 plus 10 for a 25.
25. All right. You feel
just for shits and giggles, can I add that bardic inspiration die
Absolutely.
to it? Okay, excellent. I'm just gonna do that. Just for good
something
measure.
just happened.
Might as well.
Keep rolling. Retsev just donated 35. Retsev just donated $15 for more rerolls, so that is 3 more rerolls to the pool.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Retsev.
Thank you, Ret.
Thank you.
That was would you say a 35?
Well, it's total of 35.
35, okay.
Because it was 27, so plus
that's pretty
8.
good. That's pretty fucking good. Okay. So. Oh, Retsev, you madman. Yeah, that's like the subtitle of this half of the campaign.
Oh, wait till next season.
Oh, God. We just need like a Retsev counter. Retsev has donated this much chaos to the campaign thus far.
I'm gonna say, Retsev does not live that far from me. I may have to, get lunch with Retsev and have a campaign planning session.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much.
Please don't do that.
Let's not jump the gun here. So, actually, let me check with Elaine.
I wouldn't say that I hate it, Lane, but I have very, very strong concerns.
Nice, Villain, 21.
The cackle doesn't help, Tessa.
You're like the Wicked Witch going down the trapdoor gif. That's my brain right now.
Okay. Give me a moment. Okay.
Hydrate.
So,
hydration.
You all are in this moment of feeling like a scale is tipping. Something is shifting. You feel in the depths of you, specifically Oliette and Harland, you definitely feel like in the depths of your being that whatever is about to rupture through this bed of chaos is going to fundamentally change this realm, this area. So, what I want to know is if you feel like absolute, utter, chaotic creation is about to be unleashed on this plane, what is one thing you want to safeguard in the immediate vicinity? Or, no. What is one aspect of your reality that you want to keep the same? Or that you want to protect? Now, I know the easy answer. Your family. Let's assume that that's already a given, because I'm a nice DM. Or maybe not safeguard. What's one thing you want to make manifest? The ones with the 20s and above. And the 35. Hook. I also forgot to roll for Her Majesty of the Trade. Poor gal.
Question: do we get the sense that this shift is going to occur no matter what?
This shift is currently
Triggered.
happening. You are in the middle of it. And honestly,
so it has nothing to do with her throwing Paru in or not.
She hasn't even done it. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
You, honestly, the main reason that you feel like you have any sense of like directing this flow of chaotic energy is because of either the fact that Harland is here like a fucking lightning rod, or something very fundamental about each of you. That you attract chaos to yourselves anyway. And there's just something a little different.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I really should have asked before, but I didn't know if this was going to happen. I certainly didn't know this was going to happen.
This is terrifying. Kyle, if you know what you want to do, please feel free.
You can give it to me in vagueness too, and I can interpret. You don't have to give me something specific if you don't know something specific. You can give me a sense.
One more time, like what
you feel like something fundamental is about to shift. Something fundamental is about to change. You are currently on Thuria. You are on the island. You are underneath it. Something fundamental is about to shift in the approximate vicinity of this island where you are. You feel like you might be able to manipulate some of that energy to do something specific and something intentional before the chaos wreaks out.
Oh, Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I just had an idea popped in my head.
I will allow
If you reverse the gas that the Mechanist Authority had put on everybody. It's only contained to the island. Suddenly everybody remembers what happened.
An option. Daisy seems to. Or
it involves chaos.
Can't you make me manifest?
We already did. Red said made you manifest in this game.
Harland? I see a nod. I see an okay kind of look in your eyes.
So the thing that he has in his hand is something that his really large hand like completely encompasses it. He is thinking about Oliet's grandfather, and how he lost the family that he had because of the things that happened. Just like because the chaos showed up, the Mechanist Authority came close behind, and he was separated from his family. So he takes the item that you know about and the tear of Gaia that he has kept.
You want to describe what you're holding, or do you want to leave it vague?
So, Oliet, I think, who's close to him?
Beza.
Because
you both fell.
Beza got knocked down next to him.
Okay, so Beza, what you see in his hand, along with the green glow of the Tear of Gaia, is a small carved bracelet that looks like it's made out of, like it's carved to look like tree branches, that are winding up like the forearm, and it's made out of just this really, really odd looking wood. So he is going to take the Tear of Gaia and put it inside of the bracelet, and while thinking of the fact that people have lost their loved ones, he doesn't want people to go through that same sense of loss. That if there's a way to undo, if there's a way for people to be able to remember their loved ones,
okay,
that he wants to make sure that that happens.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
And breaks the Tear of Gaia.
No.
Beza.
Okay.
Oh no.
No, go ahead, please.
No. Okay, we can hold on. Beza, do you have any thoughts? I'm gonna let you and Paru also make some decisions. Paru, yours is going to be, if it helps, very, very vague.
Vague is good.
Quick question. You said that assume your family is going to be safe. Does
Assume
that
your
mean,
family is
like,
going to be safe.
Our group of friends will be safe?
Yes, I don't want you to waste it on, I don't want Valaine to die. Okay? They're gonna be fine. They are sort of, how about this? They are implied. As your thoughts are swirling, there is obviously a feeling of protection around the people that you love.
Okay.
Including Manny. Just kidding. I'm teasing.
Whew. Brett said when you thought my stink eye was good earlier. Clip that one.
Is that the same for the book? Like our family that's in the book? Do I get that same sense?
This fundamental shift is happening in this world. On the book.
Okay.
That's me saying nothing is intrinsically promised about the book.
Got it. I don't know if this falls into the same category as everyone's safe, but one of Beza's biggest concerns would be if reality is changing, would we all have met?
Okay.
So she would be very focused on like, this is my family. I want to have met them. Like they are.
You want your history to remain what it was? Together?
Or at least as close as possible.
Okay.
Depending on what the shift is doing. For instance, like if Harlan's thing makes it so that the Mechanist Authority never showed up or never did what they did and separated everyone, then that obviously would very fundamentally change the island, and so how we met would have to be very different.
Harlan, did you do two things? Or were you just focusing on the loved ones aspect thing?
It was the loved ones aspect thing,
okay,
while he was physically doing the thing.
Yes.
Like that's what he was
so the
concentrating
Gaius has not been messed with. So I just keep that out there.
Okay. But yeah, for Beza, at least that would be the biggest concern, is especially
keep the family together.
Especially because the rest of her family's in the book. So like if we're taking the book out of the equation, like she doesn't want to lose her family.
It's not that we're taking the book out of the equation. It is that the book is not a guarantee safety, like I am meta guaranteeing the safety of everybody that is out here in the material world. So keep the family together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oliette.
Okay, so according to my role, I feel like I have. Would it be safe to surmise that I feel like I have a pretty good shot of influencing, even if it's just a little bit? Like I feel confident I can.
You can what? At the very end, what was the last thing you said?
Oh, I was saying, do I feel confident that I will make a nudge, or does this feel like a really big...
You feel like you can make a nudge. Yeah, especially with the 25.
Okay.
The chaos energy doesn't feel dissimilar to the energy of the book, so it's something that you feel a little connected to as well, as Harlan feels that very intimate connection to it.
Okay, I feel like if there is this feeling that those that are most closely bonded to us in this plane are
the kittens,
like, I don't think the chaos is gonna
Pinball.
like wipe them out. It's not like a dinosaur age.
I mean, to be fair, your family's on Mythgar right now.
That's true. They're like
They're
not
like
even
out
right.
of the weird chaos blast zone.
I did my homework.
Bitch.
Wow.
I'm going to.
It's fine. You'll have to keep from crying.
Right. I think that honestly, this is a little bit out there, so do with it what you will. But
I love it. Go for it.
Oliette is still physically carrying the book.
Yes, she is.
And never got an opportunity to safely deposit it somewhere.
Okay.
And I think there's this instinctual fear that it will be destroyed.
Okay.
So Oliette's influence and willpower will be directed toward the following conditional, which is that if this book is physically destroyed, I would want there to be some way for the energy contained within that book to be brought to this plane. If there is a way to pull them, you know how the layers usually are kind of like overlapping, I want to pull them together and bring the queens here, if I can.
Haru, there is something jangling around what's left. Like, you kind of, everything's a little foggy, but you're conscious enough to feel this dramatic shift.
Mm-hmm.
What are you thinking about in that moment of like, oh God, something's about to happen, I hope? Finish the sentence.
I hope I can. God, she's such a petty bitch.
Do it. I don't know what
I
you
can
do.
avenge him. Is just the first thing that pops into her head is I hope I can avenge him.
Who's him?
Elaine. Everything that's take this. If I'm going, this bitch is going with me.
Okay.
Is basically the thought.
Now, is that a no? So that's a you want to be able to punish her, not no matter what happens to me, I want the same thing to happen to her. That's not quite the vibe.
That is if I'm being thrown into this pit of chaos, I am finding a way for her to be drug in with me somehow. I don't know, or to throw the book to a companion as I go down. I don't know, but yeah, her whole thought is just like
I can avenge him.
I hope I can avenge him. Because he deserves that closure, I guess, is where my thought.
So, you each have this little moment of flash of absolute pure possibility. There is a sense in your mind of everything happening at once and nothing happening. Of everything existing at once and nothing existing. Every possible permutation of yourself, every possible permutation of everything around you. It's almost maddening. I need each of you to give me a D10,000. Actually, give me 2 D10,000s.
Oh God, okay.
And you just let me know when you have numbers. Kyle, what are your numbers?
960.
960 and
6377.
6377. Okay.
Got mine.
Paru?
1137.
1137.
And 6500.
6500, okay. Oliette or Beza? Okay, let me know, Oliette, if you've got numbers.
Or 5922.
5922.
And 4462.
4462, okay.
Okay, sorry.
No,
This
you're fine.
dice roller, I don't know if maybe I'm using it wrong. It keeps rolling.
I have one pulled up
over.
on my phone. I can just roll for you real quick.
Okay, yeah, just roll for me because I don't know.
Okay.
It's really weird.
7119.
7119.
That sounds good.
And 4060.
4060.
even better.
Yeah, they sound like great numbers. Let's do it.
Those sound really good.
Okay. Give me 1 second as you all sort of lose yourselves in a sudden swirl of wild magic. All right, give me 1 moment, everybody. I'm crunching the numbers. Crunching numbers. Crunching numbers. Numbers, crunching numbers. Okay. And then Harland. Okay. That's a weird one, but it's Harland. Why not?
That's fair, that's fair.
Okay. And then we got Haru. Okay, that's a weird one. Again, it's Haru.
Haru, sure.
Jeez. Okay. And then Oliette. Cool. Terrible. That's why I did, that's why I had you roll 2, because I didn't want randomness to... Okay. Okay. Amazing. So, you all feel this tug and almost a violent tugging at the core of you as the rock, everything starts collapsing around. You hear the Queen of the Trade, who rolled a 4, so fuck her, sort of shouting out. She lets go of you, Paru, and you fall to the ground, the book clutched in your hands. As you feel the ground shifting and quaking underneath you, and strobing becomes more incessant, more constant, and you are all blinded. And you aren't sure what happened. Like, everything just goes white. And then the blindness fades. You wake up and there is just all around you, you're in a crater. Like, all of the ground collapsed from above. and you see the sky. And there's a long climb up to the top. You don't see any more of the chaos energy right here. It's all been caved in, and there's rock and rubble everywhere. You all are mostly unharmed. Say some shockingly, Actually, no. Hold on. You see the sky, but something weird is going on with it. It's like rippling a little bit. There's a little bit of a rainbow to it. And on his knees, Blaine is sort of on the ground in the middle of all of you with his shield over his head. And there's just this, at least it looked like it had a shield over his head, but it just covers all of you. Like this massive sort of canopy of iridescence. There's dust in the ground, there's dust picked up and everything, but he's got his face kind of contorted in this really hard gridded expression.
You okay?
Yeah. He looks up and he sees the sky and then just immediately like lets go, and the shield just sort of like fizzles out, and he grabs onto you and pulls you into a hug. You're good? You okay? You're good? Yeah. And he kind of just like... Okay.
What just happened?
I don't know.
I had a fever dream one time when I was about 5 years old, and that kind of felt like the same thing. I just gotta say.
Okay, so Harlan seems okay based on that statement. I'm gonna try and get up.
I'm looking for the queen just to be like, where the fuck is she?
I would love to get a little bit higher up to see if I can get a gauge of our surroundings, or if she's around, or...
You don't see the Queen of the Trade.
Okay.
Do I still have the book?
Still have the book.
Okay.
Shit.
So you're gonna try to get a glimpse up.
Yes.
Oh, calm the fuck down. Not meant to be that intense right now.
Music. Not you, Chris.
You guys want me to take this to safety? I don't know where she is.
Do you check it, or do you just you're just holding on to it and like, okay?
I look at it real quick just to make sure it's okay.
Empty.
It's blank.
Every page.
Are Harlan's feet back?
Your feet are back.
Okay, good. Dodged a bullet.
Oliette, what about our book?
I mean, if I can hear them from the ground, I'll check my bag to see if it's...
Yeah, you can check your bag.
Still there.
Book's there. The green along it, the leaves along it have gone a little ashen.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna compartmentalize that for just a second.
Okay.
Get an idea of what is happening around.
You start climbing up. It's about it's easily several hundred feet up. It's gonna take you a few minutes to get up there.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, you're in a crater that was
I'll be back.
underground.
Is she? I'm assuming she's flying.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we should.
My wings
probably,
are gone at this point. I only had them for a minute.
We should probably start following her as best we can. We're gonna have to get out of here somehow.
I might be able to help. Ravenovia.
I'm just going straight up.
Ravenovia is...
And I'm coming back, so I'm not leaving.
I hear you.
But we don't want to stay in a crater.
Yeah, what was your question?
Also that.
Did Pinball make it out? Forgot he was with us.
Yeah, sorry, I just T-posted him. It's
cool.
That's the reason I say your friends are safe, because there's too many of them for me to keep track. I just didn't want to deal with it.
I was like...
Yes.
Just wanna be sure.
Pimble's just like, oh, dust in my glitter. Ravenovia emerges, Kushiel comes out of the dust clouds of shadow, and Ravenovia will help you start ascending, basically small chunks here and there appearing out of the shadow, creating a portal. But Olia, you get up to the top first. It's bright. You were underground, you were in this dark, smoldering, strobe light place for so long. As you emerge, the light from the sun hits your eyes, and it takes a second for you to adjust to what you're looking at, and you see all around you the landscape of Thuria. You see mountain ranges, you see the big river that's along the mountain range that goes down the center of the island. You see maybe a small, in the distance, what almost looks maybe like the Faegro tree in the far distance. You see the walls of a chronogram, again off in the distance. It's all the normal things. You see the giant crow flying overhead. You see the you see a massive fallen tree up against the mountains. You see a desert off to the east with these obnoxiously
Let's rewind
ostentatious...
back. As I'm scanning, can I look back at this crow?
You're like this, okay, that max, what?
Wait a minute.
You see a massive crow flying overhead.
Does this crow look sage?
It looks like a
majestic?
giant, looks bitchy.
Oh my god. I might scream. I might literally scream.
What's wrong? What's wrong? You hear her scream. Oh god. The apocalypse has happened. Okay. What do you do?
Okay.
Ravenovia hears this. Ravenovia hears the scream hundreds of feet in the air. Like.
Okay.
Like.
I'll scream
like
just
hot
as
air
loud, like,
balloon.
I'm okay. So that nobody thinks I'm dying.
What happened? What's wrong?
You're getting a little further. You guys are way across. Like this is like this chasm is like 300, 400 feet across, and you're like, what's going on?
Let
me clarify. That's more of like a quarter mile across. You can shout, like it's dim.
Yeah, I guess
but...
I'll. Yeah, I don't have a. I would like to cast Sending.
Okay.
To Siegfried.
Okay.
So funny story. Can you see me waving? And I'm just like waving from whatever distance. Hoping this is
Oh my god, give me 2 seconds to like recover from that. From the just the utter
I'm basically the equivalent of like being on your
mundanity
cell
of
phone
that.
across the parking lot from someone you're looking for. Like, hey, can you now can you see me? I'm stepping around. I'm over here.
Yeah.
That's what that Sending is for.
No, to your right. No, to your other right.
No, the other green Camry. Not that one.
My chair is too squeaky. I'm like excited and I'm bouncing and I can hear this
Damn it.
of my chair.
Okay, so you say that, and it takes a moment, and you hear back.
Can I see you? Did you have something to do with this, dear?
have any more sendings. I can't respond. I'm really low on spell slots.
Amazing. Yeah, I got it to fix Lane. I fixed it. Now everyone can hear the sound effect. Could you hear the sound effect?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great, cool, awesome. I figured it out. All right. So you see the crow above circling and slowly descending. The rest of you, Ravenovia reaches the top. There is like amongst the rubble and this sort of concave space now, they find a shadow and you all emerge on top of the crater. And you also see familiar yet really bizarrely, you see Thuria, you see the landscape, you see normal things, but then you also see as though it was like interposed on top, shoved on top of reality. You see the expanse of the Queensdom. You see the Huntsman's Tower.
Oh my god.
You see the mountains out in the distance. There were not mountains there before. There's a whole nother mountain range.
Hands in the soil immediately.
You immediately dig your fingers in, and when you pull up, you see a couple of tiny little slivers of mycelia. Very familiar, very not familiar to this place.
I'm starting to send out my spores like, hi.
Is that home?
Uh-huh.
A moment passes, Paru, and you see in the mountain, in the distance, the new mountains, you see a cloud start like filtering up, almost like smoke. It sort of spreads out and it starts glowing. Sparks of light. And Oliette, you hear in your head another very familiar voice.
It seems that the little bookish girl decided to write her very own story.
Well, I figured it was better than the story end party that ends early.
You don't get anything back, but it's very amusing.
Oh, so happy. Okay.
And you look out and you see a few key things over the course of the next few minutes of just scanning and looking out over a new world. You see several things that are very, very much from the Book of Fables. You see a herd of these massive, like, hybridized animals. These kind of like, what do I want to call them? What did I call them? Like hamster panthers or whatever they were? I don't remember what they were. The thing from the first few episodes.
The bull hamsters or something
Bull
like
hamsters,
that?
yeah. You see this herd of them. This is very Jurassic Park, I realize now. This herd of these creatures going over the plain.
That's right, gerbils.
Yeah, gerbils. You see you see out in the distance where there is the chronogram that you can see in the distance. you see the mechanists, like choppers, I don't know what else to call them. You see a bunch of them circling. You see flashes of light. You see something going on out there where that, and it's the smoldering wreckage of the chronogram that had been attacked. And you see,
the fort?
No, not the fort. The one that had the wall blown up. The one that NPC Kyle had to do with.
Dave Bautista. Yeah.
And Dave Bautista. You see this like skirmish that's happening there, but the wall has been overtaken by these massive tree roots, as if they were hundreds of years old and they've been there. It doesn't necessarily look like history has changed. It literally looks like things have just been interposed on top of each other. To varying results. You see...
I ain't mad about it.
Getting a sense of, like, scope and space. Oliette, you probably glance around looking for the temple up in the mountains, trying to see if you can find Her Majesty the Word's space. If you fly up a little bit and you start, like, take a scanning look. You guys are right near that the chronogram that I think it's 12. You're right near chronogram 12, around near where that deep dwarf settlement was. And you see that like canyon heading towards the deep dwarf settlement, and just around the edge, you actually catch a glimpse of what appears to be, again, shoved on top, almost like the architecture has been blended and like merged and like knotted together. You see Her Majesty of the Word's temple like meshed into that place, those big stone gateways.
That's perfect because it means it's right next to the Drake spot, and I'm like, at all.
I forgot. Yeah, that's fair. And you all watch this thing you made. It's not fixed, not perfect, very far from it. In fact, it is it's chaos, creation. Something new.
I think seeing Her Majesty's temple, I'm probably pretty over the moon. I might have fucked a lot of things up, but whatever. I'm gonna dive bomb down into Harlan's arms and just start pointing in the direction that I was able to see from up. So
it's over here, that's over there, and this is and there's that. And the spa's right next to the library.
Thank God, we got the good spot.
You think she'd let us check out some books to go soak in a hot tub or something?
Well, you really don't want to take books with. We might be able to get some we'll figure it out. Plastic sleeves, or maybe just not do that at all because they're books. But yes, we can.
Moisture and paper, just not a good idea.
Yeah, we'll figure something out.
I'm like bouncing, waiting for the spores to come closer.
It's a quiet, slow. It's gonna take hours to get over to you.
But she does take Elaine's in the kitten's hands and just, kisses.
Elaine just hits his knees and wraps his arms around you, kind of tucks his chin against your shoulder and just looks out. This is weird.
Yeah, but we don't have to choose now.
Huh.
It's all in one place.
Yeah.
It's weird, but it's home. It's us.
Weird? Yeah.
And a little bit of both.
It wouldn't be home if it wasn't a little bit weird. I think it's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as we're here, we'll make it weirder. It's fine. We'll get there.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find all kinds of ways to just fuck this up some more.
Speaking of.
Besides, home isn't the place, it's the people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, here in the immediate aftermath, here are some things you discover. Quirks, maybe, that might have stuck. Harland, you, as you're all standing around, you are, looking out, and all of a sudden, you shift your feet a little bit, and there's something, it hurts your foot, and you realize you got a stone in your shoe. And you kick the stone, you kick your boot off, you take a look at the stone, and it's this piece of rock that sort of threading in it is almost, it's the same color as that light, that chaos energy, but it's almost like a little like gem vein through it. And
like the elemental crystals that were at
but like this greenish, yeah, but like this greenish yellowish color, like the chaos energy. And it's a small rock. I mean, it's big, but your feet are big, so you know, it is what it is. You're not sure how it got in there, it just like slid down. And so you have this small stone, and then there's an element that's like, keep it as a souvenir, keep it as a remembrance. Weeks you have it in your pocket, or you keep it on you, or you know, months and weeks. As weeks pass, you realize, or maybe you don't realize, and other people realize, that you are physically incapable of not keeping that stone with you. You must carry this small stone at all times.
So he'd probably end up getting like
a necklace.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Could turn it into
like
jewelry.
Get some, like a leather thong.
Yeah.
Like
a little
cage
netted
around
thing.
it.
Yeah, a little netted
exactly.
thing. Yeah. But you literally cannot go without it.
Like
if someone tries to throw it away, it ends up in your shoe again. Like you, even if you wanted to get rid of it, you can't.
Got it.
But you don't want to. If other people want you to get rid of it, it doesn't work. And that is something that will be with you forever. That is a permanent thing that happened. Occasionally you catch puddles, like knocking it around in the water.
It's a shiny rock that proves the chaos loves me.
I love it.
Let's not personify the chaos, baby.
We are the chaos personified.
I mean, yeah.
Beza. So sorry, Beza.
I was gonna say, I have concerns from that sigh.
Oh no.
Every so often, let's see, let me roll for this. Need a number. Every 18 months or so, for the rest of your life, you will feel the inescapable sense of like the munchies. No matter, and if you ever indulge, actually try to satisfy that sense of hunger, you're still hungry. It fades after 18 days.
Oh my god.
Go through a food ponfar.
Jesus.
Actually, you know what? Not 18, 5 days. But it's every 18 months. You feel hungry. It says target is acutely hungry, no matter how much they eat. I love you legitimately rolled that one.
Baze is not pleased when she figures out what's happening, but it could be worse.
Would have to eat. Haru.
Oh no.
You had a weird one. I don't know why this happens. And you the first time it happens, it's very upsetting for everyone involved.
I'm sure.
And then you learn how to adjust to it. You have Villain, you have the kittens, they can help hold you back. You violently react to anyone who asks for your name. You try to deck anybody who tries to ask what your name is. It's almost like your brain's like, what the fuck you trying to do, Faye? Come on. You like literally get up in someone's face when they ask what your name is. So it has become...
Given my reaction to the ferryman, that's not unsurprising.
I will say over time it becomes customary that you immediately introduce yourself first so no one ever asks what your name is. Or Valine will step ahead. This is Haru. So you never have to worry about it. But the first few times when you just randomly punch a new person that hasn't met you before.
Just straight up deck somebody.
Oh, really nice. What's your name?
I'm sorry. I had a really bad experience with a Fae once. It's a knee-jerk reaction. I'm Haru. I'm normally much calmer.
I'm just picturing her punching someone that first time, and all of us are like, What?
Oliette. You don't notice something for a while. You don't notice anything weird that happened to you. But everyone else is having these like weird little reactions, which is understandable. When you first realize what happened or what might have happened to you, you're in a scuffle or a fight. You guys, this is not the end of your story by any means. The first time somebody shoots an arrow at you, you realize it's happening. Fuck. And you look over your shoulder as the arrow is sailing towards you. And as it gets within like 5 feet of you, all of a sudden, it stops where it's going, aims straight up, and then hits the ground.
I don't even act surprised. Inside, I'm like, what happened? I don't even...
From now on, and I swear, hand to God, you rolled this. Any missile fired at you gets affected by reverse gravity. As if the thing you did to the Queen of the Trade translated into your very being.
Just tossing bitches aside, you know me?
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
Until one of us goes, hey, Oli, catch, and then...
and it goes boom, boom.
Sorry.
Or that.
What are thrown at me.
Haru, you find out what happened to Villain. The very first night. The next morning, you wake up, either you were in a bed or you were on the grass or whatever. You wake up next to him, and there's just crunching underneath you. And you find that Villain is on top of a pile of dry leaves. Every day, for the rest of his life, he's going to wake up in a pile of dry leaves. At least they're dry.
I can deal with this.
Dating a druid, I mean, there are worse things you could have to deal with. And he's just like, noise. What is the noise? I hate this. Oh, God, it's itchy. I hate it. I hate it.
No.
Stop. So bad.
Go back to sleep. It's fine.
Oh no, it's so bad. It's so bad.
Haru does not get. She's like, I'm just going back to sleep.
You can druid craft them back alive if you want. They can make them softer.
Oh my God.
Mid-afternoon nap ASMR.
She turns them into flower petals.
Oh, yes. Yes. Absolutely.
That's cute.
Look at Laura. All the leaves are brown, and the leaves are brown. All the leaves are brown. Okay. There are other little weird things that happen to some of the others, but it's mostly to you. Actually, no, nothing really happens to anybody else. Just to you five. And let's talk a little bit about what things look like. I have some notes based on the things that you described. You discover a few things. And please feel free to interject with any reactions or long, short-term plans because of these things. Treat this as a little bit of an epilogue as we're moving forward. Beza, as the rest of you all are descending, finding your way around, you do confirm that... Oh, well, actually, let me clarify. Oliette, as you come to realize all of this stuff, you see the book, the like sort of ashen color, and you start noticing like a leaf will slowly fall off the cover every so often. If you look in it, everything you wrote, everything that was painted, everything that was drawn is still there. But it's stationary. It's a record. A scrapbook. The leaves start falling off the cover, and eventually, one day, it'll just be a beautiful leather-bound tome that tells a very, very personal story. Maps are all in there. All of the panicked conversations you've had with your queen, all of that is still there. You might want to edit some of that stuff for a show. Anybody? But,
I'm sure this all happens over time.
Yes, this is over the course of the next while.
But I think that one of Oliette's long-term life projects is to, once it's become fully a book and it's really what it used to be, would probably work with Ebb and maybe somebody Ebb is in contact with to restore the book and insert pages around those so I can write our story out in its entirety.
Okay. Beautiful. I love that. Jacqueline's an excellent book restorer.
I'll go somewhere else. I'll go down the street.
Literally no one on Mythgar who can make books like she can.
I'll cross the ocean, I don't care.
Actually, I want to know from each of you. Give me a question. What's something you want to know about this new world? I have some assumptions for what some of your questions are.
I think for Oliette, the big question is, did I make things worse? Specifically for the queens and those who were brought here, did I shorten lifespans? Did I...
These people, the people that you meet, if you do any sort of identifying or assessment of things, they're all fae creatures.
Sure. Okay.
So whatever...
Just making sure I didn't
No, whatever seems to be their lifespan as a fae creature, even Tuskendale and Iverick, they're all fae creatures.
Right.
Even if they look like, Loxodons or whatever.
Okay. That would be the big one for her.
Anybody else?
I think, given what we've seen, one of Beza's first concerns and questions would be what's happening with the chronograms and the Mechanist Authority now that we've just brought more fae and more chaos onto the land. What are they starting to do?
You have literally shoved a chaotic realm into their perfect little world.
Yep, how's that for a remainder of fucking assholes?
What you find over the course of time is that what you have essentially done is you have made the realms outside of the chronograms exactly what they told everybody they were like. They're chaotic. They're wild. There's creatures everywhere. There's weird things going on. It's everything. It's not everything, but it's most of the things they warned everyone about. You do, however, start to see some emigration. A little bit out of the chronograms. Some people take a look outside and go, I'm good, and like go back. There is some tension still. It seems like the fissures have calmed a little, but it's more like something released a pressure valve. It's still there. It's just not teetering on the edge of apocalypse. It's like it cooled back down. Mechanist still wants to be here. There's still a lot of tension. There are several altercations between the rebels and Mechanist. It is still a concern that they don't seem to be interested in leaving. But that might be an adventure for another campaign. Anyone else have a question?
Are people's memories starting to come back? Like, is there... Yeah, are people's memories coming back? Like, if they had, like, especially, like, Pimble's would be the most immediate person that we would have, like, visibility on.
Pimble's memories were already slowly coming back.
Right.
It only takes a few weeks for him to like, fully reintegrate with his old memories and sort of understand what's going on. He works with Derakoi and the Halakon to combat the Gaius. Those bubbles. I mean, I don't want to call it a holy war, but the librarians get suited up. You get a sense that there might be some very, very high-level negotiations that start to take place. Way above your pay grade.
Pay grade?
We were supposed to get paid?
Exactly. What about you, Par?
I'm trying to decide because, like, the two questions I have are so centered.
If you
on
have two,
Paru.
you can ask two. That's fine.
They're really kind of. They're not overarching. I guess the first one is, can I find my family and where they were put?
Yes.
And relocated.
You can track them down. It takes a little time, but Oliette met them. She could send to them. You can get some information. Yes, they were relocated. And honestly, they are more than happy to get out of Dodge or try to go back to their farm.
I've got a better location. The Queen of the Vine, that's all farmland.
I'll give it a go. Be a bit of a adjustment. A little weird
the slugs
here.
Are huge.
Your little brother totally starts riding slugs. Okay, what's your other question?
It's kind of stupid, but
no, tell me.
If they're willing, I want to bring the queens to the Babas and have them meet.
Yeah, that can be arranged. Though that does lead us to the question nobody asked.
My other question was, where the fuck is she? But I was like, no.
I assumed that was the other question, but that's
That
the
was
question
the
that
one I
has to
had.
be answered first before we do the other one.
Yeah.
And now is the time that I tell you what she rolled on the wild magic table. That caused all of this.
I'm excited.
I need a D8. She, you're told later that someone found her on the coast near her ship, beached. And she, it's not the right tone set here. That'll do. She wakes up on the beach. And everything that happened in the library, everything that happened since you all came back from the book, feels like it was a dream to her.
Yeah, your worst nightmare, bitch.
Now, what that means for Merton Shaw, you don't hear from him. You don't quite know what happened to him. Not in power. He wanted to destroy things. He probably would have just left a crater about 1,000,000 times bigger than that in the middle of the island. He wouldn't have made any effort to preserve anything from the book. He would have wanted to start clean, I would assume. There's probably some efforts to find him. But he was a coward. A petty bitch, like we said. The only thing he ever did that was of any remotely justifiable good, maybe, was making the place you turned into a home. But then again, they made themselves what they were. Between the trade, well, I think the other queens maybe defer a bit. I'll at least take suggestions. They are, well, she has done a tremendous amount of harm to you all in particular. Broke our trust. And put everyone in jeopardy.
What do you want, Floyd? Who hurt you most of all?
Don't ask me that. That's... I don't... That's not my job.
Would Her Majesty of Beauty... I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud, because she can make mirages, and she can make, all them like auroras and stuff. And Almadine can make, gateways to places. Is there a place that she wants to go where she can just be, but like away from all of us and all of our business and all of your business? Like, basically,
like strongly encouraged banishment, but like an upscale prison. Is that what you're?
or just if she chooses to go for it, because if she's thinking that everything's a dream, then of what happened, then she has a chance to try to set things right. I don't know. I'm a forgive and forget kind of person. Mostly forget.
I don't have a problem with it getting, basically banished, like Harlan's talking about. But is there a way to bind her powers? Because if she's banished and he finds her and they start working together again, we're in the same damn boat.
There's that.
I don't necessarily think we need to kill her, but, binding her powers or at least minimizing them so she can't do as much would be ideal.
Hinble, I might be able to help. I will say that with the help of Hinble and some of the clerics from Derakoi Siderakoi, maybe members of the Halakon, probably, that they would be able to outfit her with maybe what you would call maybe like an arcane house arrest anklet.
There you go.
That's basically anti-magic.
Like another tattoo?
Like a shackle. But something that would keep her from being able to do that kind of thing ever again. Anti-magic is a very complicated thing to create, since it is by its very nature opposed to magic. It's a very convoluted style of, oh my god, an anchor. Christ. Thank you, Laura. An arcane anchor. It would be something that potentially could keep her contained. It's complicated. It would take a while, but it's something to look into. So when you would assess and deal with, at least start to deal with Her Majesty, who, from a reaction perspective to all of this, she's quiet. There's still a little bit of indignation in her face, but there's also just this tiny shred of resignation.
Like Michael Sheen at the end of Twilight?
All I know of him in that movie is the so no, not that part. There is a moment when all of this is happening, when the sentencing is coming down or whatever, you guys are trying to figure out what to do with her. They lock her in her own brig in the ship while you're all figuring out what to do with her. Verlaine excuses himself and goes to talk to her quietly. Pulls a chair up, sits across from her with the bars between them, and he looks her in the eye as he's talking to her. No smiles or anything, but it's it looks like a conversation that results in him standing up, walking away after a few minutes. And he just comes to sit next to you, Para.
You good?
Yeah. done looking back.
Only forward.
Onward.
Excelsior. Fuck.
So where to next then? Settle down, raise a couple of crazy cat kids? Or more adventure?
Nah, they can raise themselves.
At this point, yeah.
To be honest, I haven't seen all the island yet. We kind of know our way around.
Sounds good to me. I do still need to introduce you to my parents.
You sure? Do we have to do that?
Yep.
Sure Vin can't meet them, or...
I mean, Vin can if you can if he wants, but
I don't have like a great history with parents. Like, meeting me.
I'll love you.
Her Majesty the Word's not like a huge fan of me.
She'll get over it.
Oh, the ruins of Nareda in the map now have a big old termite mound in the middle of them.
Nice.
One more thing that have two things we haven't discussed. So you do end up not introducing, they've met already, theoretically. The Babas and the Queens.
Mm-hmm.
It's not... When you propose the idea of meeting, there's a little bit of a... Why?
Why not? I mean, you don't have to. I just thought it might be interesting.
We're not exactly, we might be, designed with the same intention, but not cut from the same cloth. That makes any sense. You don't think they're just gonna see us as a cheap imitation?
I'm pretty sure I'm designed with the same specifications as a goblin, but I'm definitely not a goblin.
This is Her Majesty the Word you're talking to. Her Majesty the Folk is just like, it's not our fault we're prettier.
You don't have to. It was just a thought.
Maybe with a little time. We do have some roots to settle of our own. Of which, by the way, Her Majesty the Vine sets up shop in Fagro, and the roots dig down from the tree and anchor in. Tree finds a home.
It's probably one of Paro's favorite places on the island.
One other thing that shifts a little bit. In Derakoi Se Derakoi, with the reintroduction, well, to be honest, when all of this exploded, when the chaos energy exploded, there was still that rift that reached into the sacred archive, containing all mortal knowledge and memory. And you start hearing stories about the crystal forests and the temple. And that there's, every so often you can see faces in it, in the facets. If you think hard enough. And ask for someone specific. You all do anything with that information?
I think Beza would eventually.
Okay.
I don't know that she'd do anything with it right away, but
sure, but eventually.
Yeah, as a Goa, she's gonna live, at least in theory, a very, very, very long time compared to everybody else. So
what do you do with it? What do you do with that information? You mean much further down the line?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck you, Heather. God damn it.
We'll leave it vague. We'll leave it vague.
That's
fine.
I just
No, don't leave it, make it hurt.
No, I have a particular person that I'm curious if they want to investigate that particular thing.
Me specifically, or just all of us?
No, not you specifically.
These are the faces in the crystal at Derek Hoysid.
Oh, I think I know.
I think I know too.
I don't.
Any curiosity, Juliet?
Oh my god. I mean, yeah, if they faces.
Yeah.
Whenever Harlan and I make it out that way.
Sure, you make it out there. And it's this beautiful, overgrown crystal forest. It almost looks less like crystal now. It almost looks more like trees. Like they grew into slightly more organic shapes. And you can walk through this massive lit, it's got, everything is a halo around it almost of light because the sun reflecting through and refracting through the trees. And instead of the sound of rustling leaves, you hear like this clinking, almost like there's gentle wind chimes everywhere. As there's just kind of pieces of the crystal grown into leaves, and kind of looks like Sopic's forest. And if you wander into the forest, you occasionally will see shaded sort of outlines of figures in the reflections of the crystal. You'll see multiple like refractive iterations of blurry figures in the crystals. You'd probably have to like stand there and focus if you actually wanted to see anything specific, or you want to like investigate it clearer.
Yeah, I mean, I actually can see Oliette wanting to come out maybe not immediately, but a couple years later, because I don't know exactly what she and Harlan have planned, but she would eventually want to go back and get some sort of like tribute or symbol or something for Yagrita that she can keep in her bookshop for like good vibes. So I would have gone back out there eventually. So yeah, I can take a closer look.
Sure, yeah. So yeah, you go to try to find some sort of like, you get some sort of relic that would be valuable to someone who worships Yagrita. Maybe even I would say maybe a common practice of worship of Yagrita maybe involves something that you keep around the house that is, you know like how sometimes there's like totems or fetishes that help ward off bad spirits and things like that. This might be something more about keeping something in, the idea of like not forgetting those who matter, or maybe almost like a superstitious sort of, I don't want to forget something. Like a forget-me-not kind of thing. But something that you could like leave in your house that would be that sort of good luck charm to not forget something. And as you're in the forest, And you walk through these crystal trees. What are some of the stories that you have in your chart? In your spirit College of Spirits chart? Like, what are some of the the names on it?
Oh, there is, gosh, there's a lot.
There's
of
one
good
about the
ones.
dragon. There's one about.
So there is the Avenger.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
You don't have to tell me
Avenging Knight. There's
Okay.
a Dark Spirit. I told
Okay.
that one quite a bit. That
Yeah.
one is really good. There's the Giant. There's the Dragon. There's the Fae. The Runaway. There's a lot of good ones.
The first time you go and actually try to pay attention in the forest, you have a not so great experience. You see a shadowy figure in the reflection that gives you an unsettling reminder of the Lord of Tales, that ghostly figure that you saw when you were trying to access the archive. And it's a very unsettling thing, and it fades, or you're able to sort of like shake it out of your mind or move on to a different tree, like just don't want to see it. And after you see that, though, you see other figures in the sort of the crystal refractions. You see the things you've been telling stories about. You see the Avenging Knight. You see a long, willowy, almost tree-like fae, ancient, and you see all of them, even some you don't really know. You see like glimpses of something that's just like so potent that you store it away for the future and remember to maybe like do what you do best, connect the dots and try to make a good story out of what you saw. And it's this really bizarre sense of deja vu as you see these. I mean, they've been stories, but they've also been spirits of things that existed. Like their memories. Like almost a reflection of what's in the archive. Sort of getting a glimpse into that. And you think back to your encounters with Ugrita, the owl, the owl lit by divine light, and in such an odd, complete 180 from that, the dark crypt, which does not have to be something scary. It just has to be something of things that have passed, of people who have passed, and those encounters also conjure images in the refractions. And there is a point where you see a face a few times every so often as you're walking through the trees. You see your mother. And you don't get a full glimpse of it right away. And it might take a little bit of time. Maybe you even slow your pace a bit in the forest as you sort of see it more than once, that it's like, okay, that's not just me imagining things in the shapes of the light that's flickering through. And there's a point where you can just stop where you are and face one of the trees, and you can just see if it's a little bit foggy, but it's very clearly her. It's not like that conjured image that you made that's like, or that you sort of imagined. There's more life to it. It's less about your reflection and more about maybe more of a truth to it. place is a living memorial to mortal memory. Nothing gets forgotten here. For better or worse. But it's odd little glimpse of the divine, of a place that there is a place where there is a place for every thought, every whim, and every person that has ever existed. Nothing fades in the archive, and these trees certainly look like they're going to last for a very, very long time. You get there.
I mean, I assume Oliette is aware enough to know that she cannot interact with any of these memories, or like they're not responsive necessarily to stimuli. They're existing.
For the most part, yeah. It's a glimpse in.
Sure.
Every so often, though, you're not 100% sure, but like every so often, there's just a little bit of glimmer of something. Maybe you're hoping.
Yeah.
But it feels like recognition. Like there are a few moments where you actually like, you're looking at each other. It's an eye-to-eye thing. And it just feels a little less like, once in a while it flickers in a way that it just feels a little less like a one-way glass. You know?
Yeah, I don't think Oliette visits this place as much as she assumes she will in that first encounter. Like,
sure.
I think, the
It's a
first
lot.
thought is like, I'm going to come here all the time so I can see her, but I don't think she makes it back as she thinks that she will. But she would definitely, maybe not that time, maybe the second time she comes back for whatever reason.
Yeah. You're just passing through. You have curiosity.
We'll definitely try to make sure.
Lunch date
if
with
I take
Pimble.
Harlan, can Harlan see it too?
Harlan sees things that he remembers.
Interesting. Okay.
You both see. Oh no, Puddles is around. You both see Puddles' reflection in the crystal. You can't see him in person, but you see his reflection.
I'll be damned.
It does exist.
Yeah. Oh wait, that's not. Well, yeah. I think the next time that she comes back, she'll probably tell Ebb and her grandfather about this place. I don't know if she would endeavor to bring them all the way out here just for this, but they know how to get here if they want to.
They might take a
but
boat.
she would definitely make sure that Harlan knows that he can come back here. Even if he's coming back by himself, that he'll find me here.
The more time passes, the more people come to this place. Not everybody feels like they can handle it. Some people need time to just pass. Some people need to let that stuff go. Some people can't. Or some people don't want to. Some people find comfort in the realization that things don't get forgotten by the universe. So it is a place of reverence. And so yeah, once in a while you'll just see people wandering through the forest. Some people get lost in it. Some people are going for a particular reason. Some people start leaving mementos at the base of specific trees. The whole place ends up feeling like this very living memorial to like anything, not even just people. And yeah, Ebb and your grandfather do eventually find their way here. They make a trip. I won't go too far into it. It's probably a lot for them. And I would say, though there is a lot that could happen still in Thuria, you have pretty much opened the floodgates for a lot of potential conflict as a world created out of chaos just bumps right up against a world that was sculpted to stop chaos from getting out. There's going to be this very natural moments of conflict and of just and random music. Love you, Tessa.
Sorry, don't know why that happened.
Because when you feel things sometimes and you can't express them anymore, they have to come out as song. There will be a point, however, though you each see things that if any of you make your way there in your lifetime, and of course, like I said, there's a lot more stories to tell in this world, and we're not gonna make a bookend of this story. You have a lot more stories to tell. You're only level whatever. And there's a lot more to do. But I'm gonna make a slight editorial decision and say that at some point in your life, you end up here. In this forest. And each of you, though you see things that belong only to your memories, you also all see at least one thing that is all the same for each of you. You see yourselves. The fuck up kids. You catch those little fractal reflections of those children who didn't know where they belonged, who didn't feel like they had a trajectory towards anything meaningful or anything that was going to be theirs. And through a series of insane events, carved out little lives for yourselves, and a little family, and a hell of a story. And it doesn't matter when you go to the forest, you always see that little snapshot. And then eventually Oliet finishes the book. And it's written. I assume it's for private use.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a thing where
One more time? It's a thing you what?
It's a definitely, I said a thing where I wait. It's in like my will that it cannot be released until I've died.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Okay.
And I need some spin doctor to really twist it, like that this book was like, you know, I really want you to amp it up. Like maybe writing this book is what killed me. You know what I mean? And that like makes people want to read it.
It's a haunted book. You just want it to be a haunted book. Like at least people to believe it's a haunted book.
Oh my God,
and hell,
exactly.
there's always a little bit of truth in any story we're telling. Also, a whole bunch of bullshit.
Oh yeah.
And I like to think that that's a good summation of what this story is. A whole lot of emotional truth to be found amongst a whole bunch of bullshit. I don't really have much else to say besides that. Hell of a story.
Thank you for telling it.
Thank you all for telling it with me. The end. So, that's what I got. Oh my god, Retziv. With all due respect, Retziv, fuck you.
Love you, Rhett.
God damn it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We adore you.
Oh, I'm so glad you didn't let me do a sad ending like we did for Soxy.
No,
I would definitely start crying.
I was gonna be so mad at you.
No, not at all.
I didn't even do it intentionally, but it's set up so perfectly.
Also, hi Transient Bard, lovely to see you.
Yes,
Hell yeah.
We'll be doing more soon.
Also, you can
Very
find
soon.
the vast majority of the story on YouTube. I'm gonna keep uploading the videos so that you can see most of it. I'm gonna fill in any blanks that we need, but yeah, you can catch a lot of it. Oh, okay. So, I'm a mess, but of course, we all knew this was gonna happen. I am really proud of this show.
Should be.
You all are magnificent. Each and every one of you are so good. And God damn it.
Stop it some more.
No.
You want me to roll in the wheel of causality one more time? I'll roll in the wheel of causality one more time. So, as we wrap, this is obviously the end of this chapter. What I'm gonna very much endeavor to do, is any Thuria stuff, any Kronos stuff that gets released on World Anvil, I'm gonna make sure that there's a part of it that includes the epilogue here. If you want to take Thuria at the beginning of Shenanigoons, sure. You want to go use it in your own campaign, go for it. But there will also be an opportunity to run Thuria as it exists now. A mashup of Fey, Wild, and Mechanist constantly butting heads and conflicting with itself as people try to figure out how to balance things, if balance is to be found or whatever. So there will be a very interesting series of open-ended story plot points that you can run with in Thuria, whether it's the Queens or the Mechanist Authority running its bullshit, the mortals that are kind of caught between the people who live in the chronograms. Why they decide to stay. People decide to stay. People find the comfort of reliability more valuable than going outside the walls because there's nothing to protect them there. And that's a valid life choice. But what do they do with the Mechanist Authority? That kind of thing. There's a lot to explore, and that's my favorite way to end a story. Because God knows we all here and in chat succumb to brain rot. So it's way more fun to leave it open. so that you can just think about what happens. And I am sure that there will be plenty of discussions on Discord and things as people go, this is what's going to happen next for them, or this is what's going to happen next for them. So I like that feeling. So where I want to kind of leave things. I will be discussing with my players, my next group of players, what we're going to do with the next story. It will be coming probably in the next 2 weeks. We'll start our little mini campaign. So please, if you would like, please join us for Shenanigoons Gentle D&D, which is the next little mini campaign. Studio Ghibli softness, everything cutesy and no combat, just nothing but a decompression, nonsense, adorableness. And if the players' characters are anything to be, anything to assess that by, it's going to be all the soft. So, you know. And then
soft indeed.
And then we will talk about when Tessa will launch our Lamina Island campaign with all animals, which will be very fun.
I am probably looking at mid-May.
Okay.
Now that my job is shifting suddenly on
We'll
me,
make,
I need to be able to get through finals. Now that I'm being put back into faculty support and proctoring exams.
I got you covered. I got you covered. You're fine. Yeah. But before we talk about the future, I want to... Why am I doing this to myself?
Because we love you.
No, so this is a mistake. This is an absolute mistake.
Go on.
Yeah. Nope, not gonna happen. I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm just gonna say for everybody that this is absolutely wonderful. This was a great experience, and I'm really proud that I was able to do this nonsense. Nope, not happening.
So you can't, because then I'll start, and then
I'll
Heather
write
will
it out.
start,
I'm
and
gonna
then
tweet
Chris
it.
will start, and
I'm
then...
gonna tweet it tomorrow when I've had time
there
to
you
sleep.
Sleep is important. It is very early in the morning for you, and for Chris.
So yeah. Thank you for. I know we went way over our normal time. But this is certainly not the last story we're gonna tell with Shenanigoons. This is not the last time you will see any of these people. You hear me now. None of you have been formally released. We will have many, many, many more stories to tell with this particular group of chuckle fucks. And I am so grateful to everybody who joined us and stuck around and is gonna hang out more, because holy heck.
Yes.
Yes, Chris, that means you. Laura, I double what Laura said. You're not going anywhere.
I don't know what you mean.
We'll find a different day. We'll make it work.
Yeah, we literally had off-screen discussions about, okay,
what days can we work?
Chris
What
in
days
so
can we
she
work?
stays around.
We'll get her in.
Something during the afternoon, or I don't know. Let's get.
I work from home. We'll make it work. I can do it.
Right.
So let me do business. That'll help clear my brain.
Compartmentalize.
If y'all are all gonna also be feeling the hangover, like, come hang out in the Discord.
Yes,
I'm
please
sure
do.
we can answer eulogy. Nope.
No.
Epilogue.
Eulogy questions.
I apologize ahead of time if I answer epilogue questions.
God damn
Freudian
it.
slip. Epilogue questions.
Is it also too soon to call it like a what do you call it? God damn it. A debrief is not the word.
Post-mortem?
Yeah, a postmortem. I think that might also be too soon.
It's fine. Nobody panic. Everybody.
Yes, but please come hang out in Discord if you haven't joined us already. We have a Shenanigoons channel. We also have a Shenanigoons spoiler channel. So I think at some point we're
probably
gonna
better for eulogy questions.
Yes,
and the
spoiler channel will be that. and we'll have to make a decision about whether or not there will. Well, no, there will be 2. We'll keep it going because obviously there'll be more seasons of Goonies. Call it an afterword. Oh, god damn it. Anyway, sorry, I gotta focus. So, once again, we are part of the Nerdsmith Network. As I continue getting better about releasing content, if you follow us on Patreon, even if you don't think you can support us, even though there are some of you that support us via here on Twitch, and thank you so much, you're amazing. If you want to follow along on Patreon, that's where I'm going to be putting a lot of the content that has to do with Vale. I'll be making updates on Patreon every so often to let you know what's on the World Anvil, or you can follow us on World Anvil. If you follow us there, you'll actually get pinged in there when I make updates to the site, so you'll know when there's new articles and things to read. Or if you'd rather have things pushed to you, you can go to Patreon. You can follow us on Twitter. I'll post things there, all sorts of stuff. We are also really, really, really grateful to be affiliates of Hero Forge. God, the brain rot is strong with me, and there is so much Hero Forge for Goonies, including our beautiful, beautiful, just me tooting my own horn here, our beautiful player characters in the screen here, you see, and any of the characters that you see me using below are also Hero Forge creations. Pimble needs one last appearance before we go. So please check out Hero Forge if you haven't already. The pro subscription is 100% worth it. You get you get early access to everything that comes out on Tuesdays, as well as some really kick-ass features that are exclusive to pro users. And finally, we are sponsored by Die Hard Dice. Our featured product this month is the glow-in-the-dark Eldritch Blast set. And you can use our discount link that is there to get 10% off your purchase. It is dieharddice.com/discount/nerdsmith. And it will be that in perpetuity, so...
Forever and ever.
I'll have to go back to all of our videos and post it into the user information, or the description information. All right, so... I am compromised that this is the last song we're gonna have, because this is one of my favorite pieces. So that's all we have for you, folks. 62.
That's a lie.
That's all we have for you right now.
For this
we
season.
all deserve sleep.
I mean, yeah.
Thank you for sticking around with us through this story. Thank you for being open to us being nonsensical. Thank you for making it even weirder, as most of you have. Thank you for forcing Kyle to wear a straw hat and foam ears and blue face paint for the last year.
It's like a year and a half almost.
Yeah, it has been like a year and a half, because 62 episodes and it was one a week.
Time. Not one time in a year and a half.
You didn't what in a year and a half?
Missed the wig.
Missed the wig.
Oh, missed the wig. Oh,
Or
that
every
dedication. Fucking dedication, man.
I gave up on the wig at one point, but
That's fair.
Because this much...
You're supposed to complicate it, yeah.
This much dark hair under a white wig, it sucks. Don't do it.
Anyway, that's not real important, but yeah.
It's very important. So, I will sign us off then. So once again, thank you so much to our players, Tessa, Kyle, Chris, and Heather. I'm Angela, your Dungeon Master, and this has been Shenanigoons, the Book of Fables, that kind of sort of D&D campaign where you very much contributed to the chaos. And have yourselves a wonderful evening. Great rest of your week. We'll have more news out and about things coming up. But for now, go rest, make good choices, take care of yourselves, and above all, please do us all here at Nerdsmith and at Shenanigoons a favor and be good to each other.
and good to yourselves.
We love you all. And good night.